Chapter 2353. This voice was sharp and drawn out. When it reached the place where everyone was resting, it immediately woke them up. What's that sound? Zichen opened his eyes and looked in a certain direction. The sound came from there. It seemed to be some kind of transmission signal. He spread out his senses, but didn't find anything out of the ordinary. This sound was too abrupt, and his expression became vigilant. What's going on? Dun Li and the others got up, their weapons already in their hands. They were on high alert. Don't be nervous, everyone. It's just a transmission signal. Butler Mai stood up and reached out to placate everyone. Then he took out a small bamboo whistle and blew into it. The same sharp and drawn-out sound spread in all directions. Then the two sounds rose and fell, communicating some kind of message to each other. Steward Mac, what's this? Malt sleepily walked out of the tent and came to Steward Mac's side. Steward Mac put away the bamboo whistle and said, It's someone sent by your father. The family conflict should be resolved. We can go back. Really? Malt's eyes widened, and her pretty face was full of joy. Really? Steward Mac nodded. Malt excitedly cheered. The joy of going back home filled her heart. She was very happy and excited, but soon she calmed down. She turned to look at Zichen and the others and asked in confusion, If we go back, what about them? Steward Mac said, The mission ends here. If they want, they can follow us to a nearby town. Malt was confused. Can't we let them go back with us? They're all geniuses and powerful. Father should like them very much. Steward Mac spread his hands and revealed a helpless expression. Malt turned to Zichen and the others and said, Are you not willing? You don't want to go back with me? Thank you for your kindness, Malt. It's just that we're used to living a life of bloodshed and don't know any rules. So it's inevitable that we won't be able to adapt to the family. Moreover, we're not used to being restrained. It's good to be free like this. If fate wills it, we will meet again. Dun Li said with a smile, rejecting the other party's good intentions. Yuan Hong and the others nodded in agreement. What about you? Malt looked at Zichen with a complicated expression and asked, Are you going to stay behind and do the mission with them? Do you want to be free too? Zichen shook his head. A hint of elation appeared on Malt's face. She thought that Zichen was not going back with them and would go back with her. She was prepared to promise Zichen some freedom in advance. But Zichen's next words made the joyous smile on Malt's face disappear instantly, and he became disappointed again. I have a quest. I have to go to that city. This was also a rejection. Although the Mai family had power in that city, the family she belonged to was only in the town. It was close to the city, but not in the city. Seeing the Mrs. Disappointed expression, Steward Mac said, Zichen, we're going the same way as you, so we can travel together. Thank you, Steward Mac. Zichen thanked him. Steward Mac smiled. When Malt heard that they could travel together for a long time, the disappointment on her face lessened. Zichen had great potential. He was a freakish prodigy. Dun Li and the others were naturally reluctant to let such a person go. However, they could not force Zichen to do anything. Moreover, Zichen had also helped them a lot during this period. However, just like Malt, they also felt a sense of loss. This was because they were going to pass by a prodigy with great potential. 2 hours later, the earth trembled. A team that looked like cavalry passed through the dense forest and appeared in everyone's sight. The leader was a man covered in armor. His body was full of killing intent. There were dried bloodstains on his armor. Under the light of the bonfire, it reflected a dazzling cold light. He was riding a huge exotic beast. According to the people's experience with pseudo-divine beasts, this exotic beast was at least equivalent to a level 5 pseudo-divine beast. Behind him, there were 4 other people riding pseudo-divine beasts. Traces of battle could be seen on their bodies. They quickly passed through the forest and came to Malt. The leader took off his helmet. Under the light of the bonfire, his handsome face was revealed. He looked a little older than Zichen. His eyebrows were like blades, and he was extremely handsome. Holding his helmet in one hand, he came to Malt and bowed. "Greetings, miss." Behind him, the other 4 people all went down on one knee. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on the handsome man. It seemed that he was born with some kind of affinity and attraction. "Brother Chang Feng." Malt looked at the handsome man and smiled. "Chang Feng, I didn't expect you to come. How's the family? Is the family head doing well?" Steward Mac, who was standing beside Malt, asked. "Everything is fine." Chang Feng, who was wearing armor, said indifferently. At this moment, there was only Malt in his eyes. He said dotingly, "You've suffered during this period. You've lost weight and become a little tanned. But I've become stronger." Malt clenched her fists. She was like a little girl who was trying her best to perform, hoping to be praised by her parents. A large carriage, pulled by exotic beasts, came from the forest behind them. Chang Feng said with a smile, "Hurry up and get on." Maya nodded obediently and walked towards the carriage. However, she had only taken a few steps when she turned around to look at Zichin. Changfeng's eyes followed Malt's gaze and saw Zichin. He frowned slightly. "Changfeng, are you the Prince of Beast Tamers, Kachangfeng?" At this moment, a cry of surprise sounded. It came from the Beastmaster, Lindsay. He widened his eyes and looked at Changfeng with a shocked expression. Zichin and the others turned to look at Changfeng again. At this moment, their expressions finally changed drastically. As a Beastmaster, Lindsay often mentioned the name of another Beastmaster, Ku Changfeng. Ku Changfeng had the title of Prince of Beast Tamers. It was said that he had reached level 6 at a young age and was the strongest among the level 6 Beastmasters. He was known as the youngest Beastmaster in the world, and also the one with the highest potential. It was said that he had once been able to control beasts above his level. He was also extremely handsome, which was why he was called the Prince of Beast Tamers. Lindsay had always admired this Beastmaster Prince. He saw him as an idol. He didn't expect to meet him today. This was completely unexpected. Since Ku Changfeng was here, it was obvious that these exotic beasts were his beasts. They should all be level 5, pseudo-divine beasts. "You're a Beastmaster too?" Changfeng exclaimed and looked back at Lindsay. Lindsay nodded, looking a little excited. "Too bad you're only level 4. "A little weak," Changfeng said, shaking his head. After that, he no longer paid attention to them. He turned around and said, "Let's go." From the beginning to the end, he didn't look at Dun Li and the others. He only glanced at Zichun because of Malt's gaze. Not to mention them, even the 6th level wildebeest expert didn't catch his attention. This was a person who was difficult to get close to, and also a person who was proud. Ku Changfeng put on his helmet again and flipped onto the exotic beast's back. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go." "Let's go." Steward Mac seemed to be used to Ku Changfeng's indifference. He nodded and said. Dun Li and the others immediately followed and prepared to leave with the team. Whoosh! At this time, a long spear blocked in front of them, but it was blocked by one of the 4 people. Dun Li and the others were stunned. "Changfeng, they are Mrs. Friends. They have been protecting Mrs. Safety along the way," Steward Mac said as he walked toward the carriage. "I will protect Mrs. Safety from now on. They are not needed," Ku Changfeng said without turning his head. "They are just going back to a nearby town." Steward Mac continued. "Don't come within 200 meters of the team," Ku Changfeng said coldly. "Brother Changfeng, they are all my friends." Malt poked his head out of the carriage and looked at Ku Changfeng with grievance. A smile appeared on Ku Changfeng's cold face. He turned around and said, 100 meters. "Steward Mac, miss. You go first. We plan to stay here for a while." Dun Li saw that Ku Changfeng wasn't easy to get along with and didn't want them to follow him. He cupped his fist and said to the 2, there wouldn't be any danger along the way, so the 5 of them could leave. They were used to being free, so they obviously didn't want to see the other party's face. "That's good too. Zichin, let's go." Steward Mac could only nod. Take care, everyone. Zi-Chin turned around and cupped his fist at the four of them before walking toward the carriage. Steward Mac was in charge of driving the carriage, while Zi-Chin sat beside him. Ku Changfeng saw this scene and frowned. Just as he was about to say something, Malt poked his head out again and smiled at Zi-Chin. Zi-Chin, don't sit on the carriage. Come in and sit. It is very spacious inside. Zi-Chin, who was sitting on the carriage, already felt that the atmosphere was not good, so he didn't want to go in. However, before he could refuse, Malt dragged him into the carriage. In Steward Mac's eyes, this wasn't strange at all because they had been eating and living together during this period of time and had already become friends. However, Ku Changfeng didn't know this. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and there seemed to be a burst of cold light in them. Goodbye. If you are lucky enough to pass by Jingletown, you can find me there. After dragging Zi-Chin into the carriage, Malt leaned against the window and waved at Dun Li and the others. Yes, goodbye. Dun Li and the others waved back. Ku Changfeng's face was completely black as he looked at the carriage in front of him. Unfortunately, it was night and he was wearing a helmet, so no one could see the scene. Steward Mac guessed it, but he just smiled. There was an empty seat next to the carriage, and the wildebeest expert sat on it. Ku Changfeng didn't have anything to say about this because the wildebeest expert was a guard trained by the family leader and was responsible for Malt's safety. It was a corpse-level guard. P.S. I originally typed hundreds of words, but they were all deleted. I always thought that dreams and reality were two separate lines, and that one day they would be connected. Because there is a saying, if you work hard, you will realize your dreams. But I don't know when it started, but my two lines have separated and the distance between them is getting farther and farther. It's time to make a choice. On one side is dreams, carefree, and free thinking. It's to travel freely in a different world, love and hatred. On the other side is life. Children call you father, and your wife calls you husband. As a man, you have to support this family and bear this responsibility. When you can't take care of your dreams and reality, it shouldn't be a difficult decision for a married man. Give up your dreams and return to reality. Here, I want to say sorry to all the readers who have been supporting Lei Wu. I have failed to live up to your support and expectations. Zi-Chen's world is still wonderful, but I have to return to reality. Yesterday's break in the update was the last straw that helped me, who is not a decisive person, to make a decision. Zi-Chen's world won't end. He will reach his end, but the process may be a little late, because Lei Wu will try his best to maintain one update a day. Originally, I didn't plan to inform everyone, so that they would get used to it. But when I thought that there were still many readers waiting for the update on time, it was not kind to let them wait in disappointment. I'm sorry, everyone. Lei Wu will update once a day, and the update time will be at noon. If he doesn't update at this time, he will update at this time tomorrow. Those who want to scold me after seeing this, I suggest you to go to the website to scold me. Because other websites are all channels or pirated, I can't see it even if you scold me, and it will affect everyone's mood. Chapter 2354. After Ku Changfeng and the others left, the air became cold, and even the temperature of the bonfire seemed to have dropped. The shadow leopard next to Lindsay looked in a certain direction, cautiously. Its back was bent like a bow, ready to attack at any time. It was as if an invisible force had locked onto them. They were like prey being targeted by a powerful hunter, making them very nervous. It must be Ku Changfeng's beasts. They are patrolling here, Lindsay said in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, the wind whistled, and a black shadow flashed past in the distance. It's really hard to get close to people from big families. Luckily, we didn't accept Steward Mac's invitation, or we would have lost our freedom. Yuan Hong sighed. Let's go. We should go to Dragon Mountain Town and see how the boss will deal with the Dragon Mountain. Ever since the last sneak attack, Dun Li had secretly sent the news to Dragon Slayer's headquarters. According to Dragon Slayer's rules, this deliberate encirclement could not be let go so easily. Sitting in the carriage, Zi-Chin didn't talk and laugh with Malt. He spent most of his time cultivating. You're already at level 5. Why are you still working so hard? Malt asked curiously when Zi-Chin woke up a few days later. I haven't reached the 6th level yet. My current level can only be considered the lowest here, Zi-Chin said with a smile. But you're very strong. They can't be compared to you. Malt tilted his head and looked at Zi-Chin. Zi-Chin smiled and didn't say anything. After entering that city, he still had to face powerful enemies. Of course, the stronger he was, the better. Every time Zi-Chin stepped out of the carriage, he would be met with sharp gazes. Those gazes came from Ku Changfeng and the 4 rank 5 guards. Zi-Chin had to endure these hostile gazes every day, so he rarely left the carriage. This was only after they found out that Zi-Chin would not follow them into Jingbei town. If they did not know about this, they would have thought of other ways to kill him halfway. Ku Changfeng had feelings for Malt, and Malt definitely didn't treat Ku Changfeng as an ordinary subordinate. As for what exactly was going on between the two, Zi-Chin didn't have the time to find out. He didn't have a big heart for gossip. He just wanted to know more about that city. Steward Mac should be very familiar with that place, but he couldn't find a chance to ask. Thus, he could only stay in the carriage and cultivate. Along the way, Ku Changfeng's beast tamer was keeping an eye on them, so nothing unexpected happened. Zi-Chin didn't need to do anything. He enjoyed almost the same treatment as Malt in the team. Without a chance to make a move, these people naturally did not know what kind of strength this young man, who looked younger than Ku Changfeng, had. Because they were going directly back to Jingbei town, there was no need to deliberately go to other places. According to Steward Mac's estimation, they would arrive at Jingbei town in about half a year. Of course, if they rushed at full speed, it would be even faster. This was also the reason why Zi-Chin chose to follow this team. If he had to walk alone, he didn't know how long it would take to reach the city. At the center of this world, there was a city. This was the only place in this world that dared to be called city. The City of God. This was the name of the city. It was very grand and had a deep meaning, because in this city lived the God race. They were the true gods in the eyes of the world. All the strong people in the world gathered here. The minimum requirement to enter this place was to be a level 5 hunter. It was said that level 7 and level 8 hunters were very common in this city. If one was lucky enough, one could see level 9 hunters and even gods. This city had a large population, but not many people went in and out every day. It was very deserted. On this day, 6 people came to the City of God. Among the 6 people, there was an old man. The other 5 were young, but they had already reached level 5 at such a young age. They were qualified to enter the city. The old man glanced at the city but didn't go in. Instead, he turned around and took out a token. He handed it to a young man and said, "Hill, take this token and enter the city to look for our Doff clan's people. As for whether you can leave with the holy weapon, it will depend on your luck." The young man from the Doff family, named Hill, took the token and nodded. "Don't worry. I will definitely leave with the holy weapon. There is a person outside waiting for me to kill with the holy weapon." After that, Hill put away the token and led the other 4 people to the gate of the City of God. The entire door was completely open, but they couldn't see what was inside. When everyone walked to the door, they saw a light screen appear above their heads and fall down. This light screen was similar to an energy detector. It was controlled by the laws. Anyone below level 5 would not be able to force their way through it. The only result of trying to break through the light screen was death. The ripples flashed, and the 5 people walked in. Of the 3 families, the Doff family was the first to enter the City of God. A few days later, the 5 people from the Hort family arrived. Hort Tommy was dead, so they only had 4 spots left. The level 5 guide did the same as the old man from the Doff family. He didn't choose to go in, but instead gave them a token and told them to take it. After another half a month, the Jiatu family finally arrived. This team of 4 was led by Jiatu Huangtu. He took the token and walked towards the City of God. When the light screen fell, he turned to look at the sky and murmured, "Zichen, where are you? Have you reached level 5? Malt seemed to miss his parents too much. He ordered the team to speed up. In the 5th month, they reached the boundary of Thorntown. The My family didn't live in Jingletown. Instead, they lived more than 20 miles away. They had a manor that was 1/3 the size of Jingletown. Steward Mac and Malt tried to invite Zichen to join the My family, but Zichen refused. If he didn't refuse, Kachongfeng's efforts to suppress his anger would probably explode. He had no enmity with them, so there was no need to provoke them. His main goal was to enter the city as soon as possible. "Zichen, you have to be careful when you enter the city. If you don't feel good, you can come find me here. I'll wait for you in the family." Malt looked at Zichen with red eyes. Zichen nodded, indicating that he understood. Ku Chongfeng, who was standing on the other side, snorted. It was impossible to get out of that place. "Malt, Steward Mac, take care!" Zichen cupped his fists at the two and left. Malt got on the carriage and watched Zichen leave. He then went back to the manor. Zichen was about to enter Jingletown to buy some supplies when his expression suddenly changed. He turned to look in the direction of the My family's manor. In the sky there, a huge door suddenly appeared. The door emitted a bright light, and there were snakes of lightning swimming on the surface of the door. Then the door opened, and a lightning python rushed out and landed on the ground. Rumbling sounds echoed throughout the land as thunder began to surge. The momentum was extremely great, attracting the gazes of many hunters. Sounds of discussion could be heard. "That's the thunderclap 9th heaven." Looking at the door in the sky, Zichen's expression changed drastically. As a thunder warrior, he was very sensitive to the power of lightning. He immediately recognized that it was the power of lightning. That was the Thunder tribe's technique, the thunderclap, 9th heaven. The commotion came from the My family. Obviously, there was a big battle going on there. One of the Thunder tribe members knew the thunderclap, 9th heaven. Zichen regretted not agreeing to Malt's request to visit the My family. He looked behind him, but Malt had already disappeared. "Let's go take a look." Zichen quickly came to a conclusion. He could only turn back and fly in the direction of the My family. The thunderclap 9th heaven had caused an obvious fluctuation in Zichen's mind, so he didn't notice that when he changed directions, there was a pseudo-divine beast hiding in the dark, paying attention to his every move. Zichen, who had run for more than 10 miles, suddenly frowned and looked in a certain direction. Pum! The ground exploded, and a figure flew out, heading straight for Zichen to attack. Swoosh! He tapped his foot and easily dodged the attack. Bang! Bang! Mud and soil flew everywhere as a few more figures rushed out from the ground, charging straight at Zichen. Swoosh! Swoosh! Zichen's figure flashed, and he dodged the attacks again. These people all had the strength of rank 4 or 5. They should be the guards of the My family. Zichen did not want to fight with them. He only wanted to see the person who had just used the thunderclap, 9th heaven. Therefore, after he dodged the attacks, he rushed forward. From afar, he saw the huge manor. However, when he saw the manor, he also saw many hunters with weapons in their hands and armor flying in his direction. He did not need to guess to know that their purpose was to stop him. "Don't misunderstand. I'm here to find Malt." Seeing these people rushing forward, Zichen could only explain. "Kill." What answered Zichen was the sound of killing. It was the sound of weapons tearing through the air. It was the weapons that were coming at him. Facing these attacks, Zichen could only dodge. After dodging, Zichen continued to rush forward. Since they did not listen, he would leave them behind. In terms of speed, the rank 5 Zichen could be said to be the fastest among those of the same rank. On the solemn city wall, Kachongfeng's figure appeared. He looked down at Zichen and said, "His speed is not bad. You guys go and meet him." Behind him, the 4 people who had been following him nodded and walked down the city wall. Soon, the gate of the manor opened, and the four people rode their pseudo-divine beasts and rushed toward Zichen. Humph. Chapter 2355. The deafening thunder had stopped. It seemed like the battle in the manor had ended. In the entire manor, there was no tense atmosphere due to the outbreak of a great battle. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. Outside the manor, however, there was a small commotion. For men and 4 mounts in shining armor were charging towards Zichen. As someone who had traveled with him for 5 months, Zichen naturally recognized the 4 of them. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he shouted at the 4 of them, "Hey, I'm here to look for malt, not to cause trouble." His greeting obviously didn't have the desired effect. The 4 of them were silent as they charged towards him. Their eyes were even colder than they had been for the past 5 months. It seemed like the pressure they had been suppressing for the past 5 months had finally erupted. With a flash of cold light, a sharp blade pierced towards Zichen. Zichen shifted his feet and dodged the attack easily. At the same time, 2 attacks were aimed at Zichen's head. Swoosh! Zichen dodged again. He took a few steps back and jumped up. As he dodged the attacks of 2 people, he also dodged the attack of the last person. They were all at the 5th tier. Zichen wasn't afraid of them at all. As long as he wanted to, these people wouldn't be able to get close to him. After dodging the attacks of the 4 people, Zichen didn't say anything else. He continued to charge towards the manor in front of him. However, the door of the manor was still tightly shut. There was no sign of it opening. Zichen could only shout at the city wall, "Kuchangfeng, I know you're here. I'm here to look for malt." There was no response from the city wall. He couldn't see Kuchangfeng either. The 4 people who had been dodged by Zichen turned back and charged toward Zichen. At the same time, the people who had launched the sneak attack earlier also rushed forward and surrounded Zichen. "Kuchangfeng, don't play dumb. I know you're here. I'm here to look for malt." There was still no response. Clanging sounds could be heard from behind him. Another sharp blade came towards him. Zichen, who didn't want to cause trouble, didn't want to fight with these people. However, these people had no intention of letting him go. They pretended not to hear his words. This was obviously instructed by someone, and that person was definitely Kuchangfeng. Zichen felt that if he didn't make a move now, it would be impossible for him to enter. "Excuse me, everyone." Thus he cupped his fists and said to the crowd. In the next moment, light began to flash on his body. It was the light of energy that only a level 5 hunter would have. When the surrounding people saw that Zichen was a level 5 hunter, they were all shocked. However, this shock only lasted for a moment. Very quickly, they adjusted their emotions and charged forward once again. Swoosh! A sharp blade went straight for Zichen's face. Zichen took a step back, and the sharp blade brushed past his cheek. He stretched out one hand to grab the opponent's wrist, and the other hand went straight for the opponent's chest. With a muffled thud, the man was sent flying by Zichen along with his weapon. Bang! Bang! Following this, Zichen easily dodged through the crowd and then sent one opponent after another flying. Most of these people were level 4. After they were sent flying, they fell to the ground and howled in pain. However, they soon stood up again, howling in pain, and attacked Zichen again. Faced with this scene, Zichen was very helpless. He could only deal more heavy blows. Bam! After dodging an attack, he used his hand to chop the opponent's neck and directly knocked out an opponent. His figure flashed and dodged several attacks. Zichen easily attacked again, and several people were knocked out by his hand blade. Following the continuous sounds of explosions, level 4 hunters fell down one after another. The remaining level 5 hunters surrounded and attacked Zichen. However, Zichen had extreme speed and could easily avoid their attacks. Swoosh! Sword light flashed, and an attack tore through the air, heading for Zichen's back. Zichen turned around, and the sword light brushed past his chest. The knife in his left hand struck the opponent's throat at lightning speed, and the level Five Hunter's body froze. In the next moment, Chen turned 360 degrees, and his right hand blade hit the back of the level, Five Hunter's neck, and easily knocked him down. On the city wall, Feng, who was watching the battle indifferently, was surprised when he saw the light surging on Chen's body. Along the way, he was very uncomfortable with Chen's existence, but he never thought that this guy would have the strength of a level 5 hunter. As the level 4 hunters fell down easily, his expression did not change much. It was not difficult to knock out a level 5 hunter against a level 4 hunter under the suppression of their levels. However, when he saw a level 5 hunter of the same level being knocked out so easily, his indifferent expression changed again. No wonder Malt thought so highly of this guy. He did not expect him to be such an impressive existence. But so what? He was an entire level lower than him, and there were almost 10 level 5 hunters below. If they worked together, they would definitely be able to take him down. Bam! At this moment, Chen struck again, and this time his hand blade hit the back of the second level 5 hunter's neck with unbelievable speed. The latter's body went limp and he fell down. After knocking out 2 level 5 hunters, Chen's expression did not change at all. His movements were still as fast and elegant as before. Bam! Another strike, and the third level 5 hunter fell in the same spot. Chen's strength lay in the spot he attacked. All the level 5 hunters present knew this very well, but they could not make an effective counterattack. They could only watch as Chen's attacks came first, knocking them or their companions down. His speed was extremely fast, so fast that until now they hadn't even touched the corner of his clothes. Bam! Bam! The 4th and 5th level 5 hunters fell and they fainted. Chen was afraid that the battle would affect them, so he quickly retreated and distanced himself from these people. As he retreated a level, 5 hunter launched a sneak attack on him, but he turned in the air, and as he dodged the attack, he also hit the back of the hunter's neck with his hand blade. The hunter's body fell limply to the ground. Only the 4 level 5 hunters on exotic beasts were left from the group that had surrounded Chen earlier. It had to be said that compared to them, these 4 level 5 hunters were more difficult to deal with. But as long as they were level 5 hunters, they would not be a problem for Chen. The 4 exotic beasts pounced towards Chen. The level 5 hunters on the backs of the exotic beasts were also holding their weapons tightly. Their weapons were flashing with energy as they slashed towards Chen. He tapped his foot, and his body was in the air. In a situation where there was nothing he could use to dodge, he twisted his waist in the air and dodged 2 sword lights. At the same time, he quickly kicked out twice. Following 2 loud bangs, 2 level 5 hunters were kicked off the backs of the exotic beasts. When the 2 of them lost control of their bodies, Chen's body flickered in the air twice like a phantom. Another 2 loud bangs were heard. Before the 2 of them hit the ground, they were knocked out by Chen's hand blade. So fast! On the city wall, Feng's expression changed again and again. The speed that Chen had displayed just now had blurred his vision. The 2 of them had already lost their ability to fight and collapsed. That kind of speed was definitely at the top of level 5 hunters. Even in the eyes of a level 6 hunter, it was not considered slow. Indeed, in the face of Chen's speed, the other 2 level 5 hunters were not spared either. They were knocked out one by Chen. At this point, all the survivors had been knocked out. Only 4 level 5 exotic beasts were left. They stared at Chen warily and slowly circled around him. Feng, I know you're here. I have something to ask Malt. I'll leave after I get the answer. Chen said again, looking in a certain direction. His line of sight was blocked by a protruding stone pillar, but he was sure that Feng was there. Not only was Feng there, but he even made some kind of gesture in the next moment. The 4 level 5 exotic beasts that were circling around Chen suddenly roared and pounced on Chen. A strong gust of wind blew, and a powerful aura raged on the battlefield. Previously, they were just mounts and did not display any strong attack power. They were just cooperating with their master in battle. But at this moment, they had transformed into pseudo-divine beasts and were under the control of their master. Their real combat power began to show. At this moment, his strength and speed had increased by several times, and he now possessed an extremely destructive power. Under the sunlight, their sharp claws flickered with cold light. They went straight for Zi Chen's face. The air was torn apart, and there was a sharp whistling sound. Zi Chen, who was standing in the same place, moved his body and avoided this attack. At the same time, he was ready to knock out this level 5 pseudo-divine beast. If he knocked out all his opponents, he believed that the gate of the manor would naturally open for him at that time. That was what Zi Chen thought, and that was what he did. But at this moment, a crisis came from the side. It was the attack of the second pseudo-divine beast. Therefore, Zi Chen could only give up on the first pseudo-divine beast. After dodging the attack of the second pseudo-divine beast, he was ready to attack the second pseudo-divine beast. But when the third pseudo-divine beast came, Zi Chen could only dodge. At this moment, he was not only facing 4 pseudo-divine beasts, but also pseudo-divine beasts under the control of a level 6 beast tamer. They cooperated very closely, and like a well-trained team, they were able to attack and defend. Facing the coordinated attack of the 4 pseudo-divine beasts, Zi Chen could only keep retreating, looking for an opportunity to attack. But after retreating several steps, Zi Chen did not find an opportunity to attack. Not knowing what was going on in the manor, Zi Chen's face gradually revealed an impatient expression. He looked at the 4 pseudo-divine beasts, who cooperated very well, and said indifferently, "Very good cooperation, very strong power, but speed is your shortcoming." After saying this, lightning flashed all over his body. The light under his feet changed, and his body began to flash rapidly. In Ku Changfeng's eyes, Zi Chen was still traceable, but in the eyes of the pseudo-divine beasts, Zi Chen had completely turned into light at this moment. Bang! 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 During this period, the sound of heavy blows kept ringing out. When the changing light disappeared, the 4 pseudo-divine beasts had fallen down and fainted. Zi Chen looked at the wall of the manor, where Kachangfeng was. This time, Kachangfeng did not hide, but appeared in his line of sight. The two of them looked at each other from a distance, their expressions cold. The gate of the manor opened, but it was not to welcome Zi Chen. Instead, more experts rushed out. Looking at these people, Zi Chen shook his head and let out a low sigh. Then he relaxed his mind, and lightning began to flash all over his body. "Since you won't let me in, then come out and meet me." Zi Chen's indifferent words resounded through the world. Thunderclap, 9th heaven. P.S. Originally I said I wouldn't P.S., but I received many messages from my friends, and I feel very warm in my heart. Among them, many friends sent red packets. In fact, there is really no need. Everyone, Lei Wu is the author's greatest support. Forget about the red packets. Last time when I wrote a single chapter, it was actually just to complain to everyone. I really didn't mean to pretend to be pitiful, because in real life I have very few friends, very few. Don't worry, I am all right. I don't want to be a salted fish, so my dream will still be there. It is like a seed hidden in the depths of my heart. Without sunlight, it may germinate later. Chapter 2356. Thunderclap, 9th heaven. As his indifferent words fell, Zi Chen, who was surrounded by lightning, suddenly released a powerful aura. This aura appeared around him and rushed straight into the sky. He, who had been suppressed by the rules, seemed to have broken some kind of shackle at this moment. The powerful aura rushed into the sky and connected with a certain space in the sky. The space there began to distort, and the light of lightning began to flash. There were no clouds in the sky for thousands of miles, but thunder began to rumble. It was deafening and powerful. Vast majesty pressed down from the sky, and this aura made people feel suffocated. The distorted space became more and more dazzling, and then a huge door appeared. The door was completely surrounded by lightning. The powerhouses who had rushed out of the manor were all stunned. They were all too familiar with the anomaly that appeared above their heads. Just a moment ago, a similar door had appeared in the manor, but that door was bigger than the one in front of them, and its aura was more powerful. Compared to the two, the one in front of them was like a smaller existence. They were stunned and looked at the sky in shock. They stopped rushing forward. On the city wall, the cold-looking Ku Changfeng was also stunned. He looked at the door in the sky in front of him as if he was looking at a ghost. How can this be? Ku Changfeng's face was full of disbelief. He couldn't believe that Zichen knew this move. It was exactly the same as that person's move. At this moment, he seemed to finally realize the real purpose of Zichen's visit. He wasn't here to find Maya, to join the My family, or to play hard to get. He really had something to do. His purpose should be related to the door that had just appeared. He was here to find that person, to find that powerhouse. The door appeared in the sky, flashing with lightning. Zichen stood below it, surrounded by the power of lightning. This scene brought about great shock to the crowd. Steward Mac and Maya returned to the manor and the family. The moment they entered the house, they noticed the lightning door in the sky. What is this? A hint of worry appeared on Malt's shocked face. The lightning made her pretty face look very pale. This aura was simply too powerful. It clearly did not belong to the My family, but it had appeared in the My family. Don't worry, he's Master's friend. Nothing will happen to him. This battle is finally over. Steward Mac raised his head to look at the lightning portal and let out a low sigh. After that, they walked towards the door. Along the way, thunder kept roaring. Powerful thunder creatures rushed out of the door and landed in the manor. The earth was shaking and the buildings were being destroyed. Wave after wave of powerful shockwaves spread out in all directions. Steward Mac stood in front of Malt and shielded him from the shockwaves. A moment later, the energy fluctuations dispersed, and the two continued forward. Malt saw his second uncle on the messy battlefield. At this moment, his second uncle was in a very sorry state. There were streaks of lightning crackling around his body, and his aura was very weak. "Second uncle!" she shouted. The man in a sorry state was being carried by two people. He looked up at Malt and seemed to be smiling. Blood was spurting out of his mouth. "Take him away." A dignified voice sounded. It was Malt's father, the current leader of the My family. He looked a little similar to Malt's second uncle. Malt turned around and called out to her father. Beside her father stood a tall man. His hair was disheveled. He did not release any aura, but he gave off a very oppressive feeling. He was domineering and ostentatious. "Greetings, family leader. Greetings, Lord Ming." Steward Mac bowed to the two of them. At this moment, Malt's second uncle was being taken away. Along with him were other severely injured people. Many of them used to be high-ranking members of the My family. They were all powerful people in the My family. There were many known sixth-tier powerhouses among them. "Thank you for your hard work." The family leader of the My family, Mai Chun, nodded at Steward Mac. Then she looked at Malt with a loving smile on her face. Malt threw herself into her father's arms and choked with sobs. This time, she had left home for more than 2 years. Although she had grown a lot, she still cried like a child. "Child, it's okay now. Come, greet your Uncle Ming. This time, it's all thanks to Uncle Ming's help." Mai Chun patted Malt's head and smiled. Malt wiped away the tears on her face. She looked at the man obediently and called him Uncle Ming. The man laughed and said, "Brother Chun, you have a good daughter." After paying a huge price, this dispute was finally over. After chatting for a while, the man stood up and said, "Brother Chun, since this matter has been resolved, I should take my leave." "Brother Ming, why are you in such a hurry? We haven't seen each other for many years. We should have a good reunion. Since we're already out, there's no need to go back so early." After all, it's not easy to come out, my Chun said. When the man heard that, he smiled bitterly and said, Brother Chun, you don't know. This time, the Lord sent me out to help Brother Chun. I have another mission. A mission arranged by the Lord? Is it very important? My Chun was shocked. She was very respectful to the Lord. It's not important. It's just that it's more difficult to find a person, the man said. Who is it? Why do you have to spend so much effort to find him? It's just a little guy. I don't know who he is exactly. I only know his name is Zichin. Zichin? Uncle Ming, are you looking for Zichin? Malt, who was standing obediently at the side, couldn't help but be curious when she heard that. Why? Do you know him, little girl? The man turned to look at Malt. I met a person called Zichin on the way here. I don't know if he's the person the Lord is looking for, Malt said. Does he have any special characteristics? How old does he look? The man asked. Malt thought for a while and said he looks very young. As for special characteristics, does being handsome count? Steward Mac smiled bitterly when he heard that. What kind of special characteristics was that? When my Chun saw her daughter's expression, she frowned slightly and seemed a little worried. What other special characteristics does he have? For example, did he awaken as a hunter? What ability did he awaken? The man asked with an anxious expression. When they were on their way here, that Lord had specifically instructed them to find this Zichin no matter what. However, this world was so big, it was easier said than done to find such a person. Now that he heard Malt's words, he also wanted to verify if this Zichin was the person he was looking for. Malt was deep in thought. Although she knew Zichin very well, she didn't know where to start describing Zichen's characteristics and abilities. This was because Zichen's combat power was very strong in all aspects. There didn't seem to be anything special. He awakened the same lightning attribute as the Lord. His awakened ability is speed. It's very fast. Steward Mac, who had been silent for a while, suddenly spoke. Lightning? It's lightning. His speed is very fast. How fast is it? A light flashed across the man's eyes. I've never seen anyone at the same level as him who is faster than him. His extreme speed has a special characteristic. He can flash very fast, and he can flash up to 9 times. When my Chun heard Steward Mac's words, she was a little surprised and said, Doesn't that mean? The man nodded and said, What else? 9 flashes is not his ultimate speed. His ultimate speed is a speed that can be boosted by external objects, Steward Mac said after thinking for a while. The man asked in a deep voice, The external objects you're talking about should be a type of wing, right? Steward Mac nodded and said, When I first saw him awaken his energy, I felt a little familiar. Is he the person the Lord is looking for? Hearing this, the man smiled and said, Of course. I really didn't expect this little guy to grow to such a level. I was a little worried that he was still very weak, or that he might have been killed. Where is he now? Didn't he come back with you? No, he said he was going to the city of God for an important mission. He separated from us in Jingbua Town. Now he should be in Jingbua Town, or on the road to the city of God, Steward Mac said. Oh, then it's easy to find him. Brother Chun, this little guy is the person the Lord is looking for. Since we have clues about him, I won't stay here any longer. I have to find him, the man said to my Chun with cupped fists. My Chun nodded and said, In that case, I won't force Brother Ming to stay. But once you find that child, Brother Ming must come to the My family again. Just as the man was about to turn and leave, a strong fluctuation suddenly came from outside the manor. Although this fluctuation was not as strong as the man's previous attack, it still had a shocking effect. This was because this fluctuation was accompanied by the sound of rolling thunder. Hearing this, everyone turned their heads and saw that in the distant sky there was a flash of lightning, and in the midst of the lightning a lightning door appeared. The moment they saw the door, everyone present was dumbfounded. Wasn't this the move that Lord Ming had just used? Everyone looked at the door, then at Lord Ming, and their faces were full of shock. After the man recovered from his shock, he laughed out loud. What a good little guy. He even comprehended this. Looks like he just had an epiphany. Just as he finished speaking, a thunderous voice rang out. My Chun, I'm Zichin. I'm outside your manor. This voice, accompanied by rolling thunder, spread into the manor and into everyone's ears. It's Zichin. He came to find me. When my Chun heard Zichen's voice, a look of joy immediately appeared on his face. My Chun was stunned and did not understand what was going on. He looked at Steward Mac, and Steward Mac smiled bitterly. This was not something that could be explained in a few words. This little guy is smart. He knows to come here to find someone. Lord Ming nodded with satisfaction. Of course. He knew the purpose of Zichen's visit. Let's go and have a look, my Chun said. Chapter 23:57. The moment the Thunder Gate appeared, those who had rushed out of the manor were stunned. They stopped and looked at the sky in shock. Just now, an identical Thunder Gate had appeared in the manor. That Thunder Gate was even more powerful. Most importantly, the owner of the Thunder Gate was a friend of the My Family head and had come to deal with the internal strife in the family. Now that this person had used the same move, it was clear that this person was together with that expert, or rather, they were related in some way. Ku Changfeng had an absolute position in the My Family and was very famous. However, after seeing that Thunder Gate, Ku Changfeng's orders seemed insignificant. They stopped advancing and even prepared to retreat. At this moment, Zichen used the sound of thunder to transmit his voice to the manor. His voice was heard clearly by everyone. He was here for Maya. Everyone in the manor knew who Maya was. She was the daughter of the My Family, the apple of the My Family's eye. Looking at Zichen, who was surrounded by lightning, and then looking at the shocked Kachongfeng on the wall of the manor, many people seemed to understand something at this moment. With such a huge commotion, they had nothing to do with it. Sure enough, in a short while, lights and shadows appeared on the wall. The lights and shadows that appeared were all important figures of the My Family. Zichin, I'm here. Maya saw Zichin, who was surrounded by lightning, and waved at Zichin happily. Beside him, Steward Mac also nodded at Zichin kindly. Master Ming appeared on the other side and calmly sized up Zichin. When he saw Zichen, the Thunder Gate, and the unconscious people on the ground, as well as the 4 level 5 pseudo-divine beasts, he couldn't ignore them either. Obviously, a battle had just taken place here. As for who the opponent of the battle was, there was no need to guess. The result was that everyone on their side had been completely defeated. At this moment, they could all sense that Zichen's aura was at the 5th level. However, such a level was able to knock out the entire My Family. My Chun frowned. She turned to look at Kachongfeng and asked, Changfeng, what's going on? Ku Changfeng turned around to look at My Chun. His face was pale, but he did not know what to say. Open the door and let Zichin in. Malt yelled. Above Zichen's head, the rolling thunder and lightning dissipated, and the door disappeared into thin air. Qin Lai's lightning energy also disappeared. He smiled at Malt and said no need. I'm actually here to find him, but your people won't let me in, so I can only use this method. Zichen used his finger to point at Lord Ming, who was in the other direction. This action seemed a little impolite. Looking at Zichen, Lord Ming smiled and said, Why are you looking for me? Zichen shook his head and said nothing. I just want to see who can use the thunderclap, 9th heaven. The one who could use the thunderclap, 9th heaven, was definitely a member of the Thunder Clan. Zichen was also a member of the Thunder Clan. In this world, existences from the same life star would feel close to each other. When they met someone from the same clan, they would feel closer. This was the purpose of Zichen's visit. He just wanted to see his clansmen. If he had to say what he wanted to do, it would be to chat with his clansmen. It was that simple. You're looking for me, and I'm also looking for you. Lord Ming looked at Zichen and said, I'm Lei Ming. I know you're Zichen. I'm here to find you. You're looking for me too? You're looking for me? Zichen frowned, looking at the other suspiciously. It's a long story. I'll tell you on the way. You're going to the city of God, right? Let's go together. Lei Ming was about to jump off the city wall, but Mai Chun stopped him. Mingji, since you found him, you should stay here for a few days. It's good that this little friend Zichen is also a friend of my girl. He should stay here for a few days. Let me do my duty as a host and apologize to him. Mai Chun tried her best to persuade him. He was worthy of being the master of a big family. His observation skills were sharp. He didn't need to ask for the details, as he could guess what had happened. Zichen had seen Lei Ming use his fighting skills. That was why he had come here to find Lei Ming. However, he was stopped outside the manor by Ku Changfeng. However, he didn't expect that Zichen had such a formidable fighting capacity. He had arranged for Ku Changfeng to pick up his daughter. Since his daughter had brought this man back, she knew his potential. Perhaps his daughter was a little foolish, but Steward Mac was extremely shrewd. He would definitely try his best to rope in Lei Ming. However, Lei Ming had still left. Clearly, he hadn't succeeded. However, their friendship was still there. This could be seen from Mai Ye's attitude towards Zichen. Mai Chun, who knew Ku Changfeng very well, also knew that Zichen had been stopped outside in the name of finding Mai Ye. This was also what he meant by apologizing. Of course, the more important reason was that Lei Ming valued Zichen. Zichen, the manor's door opened. Mai Ye had already run out. She was very happy that Zichen had come. Ku Changfeng saw this scene, but he didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction. He was known as the Prince of Beast Tamers and had a great reputation. However, this was only for the outside world. To Lei Ming, such an existence wasn't worthy of his attention. This was because Lei Ming came from the City of God, a place where it was very difficult to leave after entering. However, Lei Ming could travel freely. The two were not at the same level at all. Mai Ye personally welcomed him. Zichen also nodded and walked into the manor with Mai Ye. The people who had already woken up from their fainting states didn't get up until Zichen entered the manor. Their faces were filled with fear. Humph! Mai Chun snorted discontentedly and turned to walk down. This young man, who had been stopped outside by everyone, was personally received by the head of the Mai family at this moment. Greetings, uncle. Zichen was very polite to Mai Chun. After that, he greeted Steward Mac. However, when it came to Lei Ming, Zichen didn't know how to address him. In the Thunder Clan, Lei Ming was definitely an ancestor because he had lived for a long time. Even in terms of strength, Zichen had to call him senior. Lei Ming waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be so formal. Just call me Lei Ming." Zichen just nodded and didn't really call him by his name. The group walked to the hall. During this time, Mai Ye chatted and laughed beside Zichen and introduced him to the scenery of the Mai family. After entering the hall and taking a seat, the maids naturally served tea and snacks. During this time, Steward Mac told a few interesting stories and the powerful battle strength that Zichen had displayed on the road. Lei Ming nodded repeatedly and was very impressed. Mai Chun exclaimed, "This is fate." At this moment, Zichen's heart was filled with doubts. He had a lot of questions to ask Lei Ming, but he didn't know where to start. Lei Ming smiled and said, "If you have anything to ask, just ask. There are no outsiders here." "Why are you looking for me?" Zichen asked directly. "My master asked me to look for you, so I came to find you. I guess what you really want to ask is how I know you and why I went to find you, right?" Lei Ming looked at Zichen and said. Zichen nodded. "I come from the City of God, so I have news about you. I don't know the details. I only know that one day the goddess went to visit my master." Before Lei Ming could finish, he was interrupted by Zichen. He asked, "Is the goddess you're talking about Yi Qian?" Lei Ming nodded and said, "Yes, it is goddess Yi Qian. She told us that you came to this world. She was very worried about you and hoped that we could help you." "Is she doing well?" Zichen asked. "How can the goddess not be doing well?" Lei Ming looked at Zichen and smiled. When the two were talking, my chun and the others were silent. However, after hearing the content of the conversation, other than Maya wrinkling her nose in dissatisfaction, Steward Mac and my chun looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They had never seen I Chien before, nor did they know her. However, if she was really a goddess, then she was a real big shot in this world and a real upper echelon. They didn't expect Zichen to know a goddess. More importantly, Zichen didn't know what the goddess represented here. However, the goddess was very concerned about him. To be able to receive the goddess' favor and have Lei Ming treat him as an equal, they couldn't help but guess what Zichen's identity was. The goddess misses you very much. After knowing that I came to find you, she came to find me and told me about your situation. Lei Ming looked at Zichen with a smile. There was more or less a hidden meaning in his smile. Why are you looking at me like that? We're just good friends who came to this world together, Zichen said. I know that. Before I came, my master asked me to pass you a message. What message? You have the right to pursue happiness. We'll all support you. Even if the other party is a goddess, we can still help you. What do you mean by that? I haven't even seen your master. Why would he support me? Zichen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If you can really be together with the goddess, we'll support you in everything, Lei Ming said. That's not a good joke. Right now, I just want a holy weapon and then leave this world. Zichen said, There's no problem with a holy weapon. However, we can't guarantee that you'll be able to leave. Of course, if you insist on leaving, perhaps the goddess can help you. A mysterious smile appeared on Lei Ming's face again. Zichen really didn't have any thoughts about I Chien. Furthermore, he wasn't stupid. From Lei Ming's attitude, he could guess that I Chien had a noble status here. This conversation came to an end. Zichen wasn't clear about the true meaning of the goddess in this world. Of course, he didn't understand what benefits he would gain in this world if he really had the backing of such a goddess. After staying here for 2 days, the two decided to leave. During these 2 days, my chun treated Zichen extraordinarily well, and Zichen didn't see Ku Changfeng. On the day they left, Malt, my chun, and Steward Mac came to see them off. Chapter 2358. The City of Gods was the most mysterious place in this world. It was also the final gathering place of all the strong martial artists in this world. As they walked, Lei Ming turned back to look at Zichen and asked, Is there really nothing going on between you and Goddess I Chien? Zichen rolled his eyes and was too lazy to bother with him. This strong martial artist, although he did not usually put on airs, he was too gossipy. We're just friends. She helped me and I helped her. That's all. Why would the goddess need your help? Tell me, what did you help her with? Looking at the gossipy Lei Ming, Zichen chose to ignore him and started to look at the scenery along the way. Lei Ming saw that Zichen did not want to say more, so he gave up the idea of asking and said directly, Before entering the City of Gods, do you have any place you want to go? What do you mean? Zichen looked at him. What I mean is, before entering the City of Gods, do you have any place you want to go or people you want to meet? Because once you enter the City of Gods, it will be hard to come out. Lei Ming put his hands behind his head and walked forward. Didn't you come out? Zichen asked suspiciously. How can it be the same? I had a mission, and Master paid a price to send me out. You are different. You are too weak. It is almost impossible for you to come out. Lei Ming said without turning back. Oh, that's all. Zichen replied without even thinking about it. Nothing? There's nowhere to go. In this world, the number of people he knew was pitifully small. Old Fart Wei and Old Fart John Wu were too far away. A round trip would take more than a year. Fortunately, he did not want to see them. A month later, the two of them stood outside the City of Gods. The city was huge and tall. It gave people a feeling of grandeur. The city gates were wide open. There were no guards guarding the place, but there were no people coming in or out. There's no one guarding this place? Zichen asked suspiciously. No, Then how can they determine that you have the strength of a level 5? The rules will naturally decide. Lei Ming walked forward with Zi Qin following closely behind. When they reached the city gate, they saw a curtain of light descending from the sky. Lei Ming glanced at the screen and said, "This screen can easily kill anyone below level 5. As long as it exists, there won't be any problems here." Stepping into the light screen, Zi Qin entered the city of God. Then his eyes widened as he looked at the city in shock. Very few people who enter the city of God are able to leave. That's because the city is completely self-sufficient. Rather than calling it a city, it would be better to call it a world. Lei Ming's voice entered Zi Chen's mind. In Zi Chen's eyes he saw a boundless city. The city walls towered into the clouds, and he couldn't see the top. All the humans in this city seemed so small. There were many people here. Some of them were dressed simply. Some were luxurious. Some are sallow and emaciated. Some are fat. Some are fat. Some are businessmen, and some are laborers. This was a city and also a world. There were all kinds of people. There were upper-class people and lower-class people. The people you see only have one purpose in coming here. Lei Ming's voice sounded. What purpose? Zi Chen looked at Lei Ming. To become a god. Become a god? Can one become a god here? The god of the god race. Zi Chen followed Lei Ming forward. Along the way, he saw many laborers. They were sallow and emaciated and looked like they didn't have enough to eat. But the weakest among them was a level 5 hunter. They were extremely strong outside. Level 5 is the standard to enter this place. It's also the lowest level. The people you see are all brainless people. If they dare to enter this place without any background, they're simply courting death. Oh, the people you see are the lucky ones. At least they have a job. The unlucky ones have already starved to death. Lei Ming said without turning his head. The smart ones only come in when they're level 6. Of course, the smarter ones only come in when they're level 7. At this moment, Zi Chen seemed to understand why Yi Qian went to inform the Lord that Lei Ming spoke of. Perhaps she was worried that Zi Chen would die here if he came in with level 5 strength. This city was very, very big. If one wanted to go to every corner, it would take 10 years or even decades. It was undoubtedly difficult to find a person in such a city. After walking for a while, Lei Ming came to a carriage shop and hired a carriage. At this moment, Zi Chen was sizing up the pseudo-divine beast that was pulling the carriage. Zi Chen could clearly feel a powerful aura from it. Don't make a fuss. This is a level 6 transformed beast. But in this city, those that can't transform are more popular. Hearing Lei Ming's words, Zi Chen was completely dumbfounded. A level 6 transformed beast was actually pulling a carriage? This is a smart one. It doesn't need a carriage driver. The divine crystals are given to the carriage shop and the rest is earned. If it's a carriage driver, the divine crystals earned will be given to the carriage driver in proportion. While speaking, Lei Ming got on the carriage and Zi Chen followed. Without Lei Ming's order, the level 6 transformed beast pulled the carriage forward by itself. In the carriage, Lei Ming had a colorful crystal in his hand. The crystal contained a powerful energy fluctuation. This is the universal currency of this world, called divine crystal. Without it, you can't move a single step in this world. If you came here yourself, you would first have to find a job that won't starve you to death. Then you can start your mission. Looking at Zi Chen's contemplative expression, Lei Ming said, "The Jiadu family that arranged for you to come here definitely didn't have good intentions. They must have found out that we have people here through other means. After all these years, they must have accumulated some resources. That's why they let you in. What they value is not your potential, but your connections here." "Connections? What connections do I have?" Zi Chen was startled. "I am your connection, and my Lord is also your connection. Also, all the people from the Life Star are your connections. As long as we know of your existence, all of us will help you." "Why?" Because you're called Hope. I'm Zichen. Zichen from Hope. Zichen didn't understand Lei Ming's riddle. Now he was guessing whether the Jiadu family had foreseen this scene or not. Just like how the Jiadu family had made arrangements for Jiatu Huangtu and the others, once these people from this life star knew of his existence, they would also plan everything for him. Are there many people from this life star here? Asked Zichen. Not many, but not many. After 2 hours, the carriage stopped. Lei Ming and Zichen walked out. At this moment, they were standing outside a mansion. At the entrance of the mansion, there were 2 statues. One was a flying divine tiger with wings, and the other was the dignified dragon tiger sovereign. They looked vivid and lifelike. The carriage was already far away, and Lei Ming had already paid for the divine crystals. Seeing Zichen staring blankly at the statues, Lei Ming smiled and said, "What's wrong? You haven't seen them before, right? I have 2 friends outside. One is the flying divine tiger, and the other is the dragon tiger sovereign," said Zichen. Lei Ming smiled, but his smile was a little strange. The 2 of them walked toward the mansion. At this moment, Zichen noticed that the words Craftsman Mansion were written on the top of the mansion. However, before he could guess who the owner of the mansion was, the 2 statues suddenly shone with light. 2 powerful auras were emitted from the statues, causing them to instantly turn from statues into living creatures. The 2 colossi leaped over. The Longhu sovereign stared at Zichen with his huge eyes and said, "Little doll, you said that you know a Longhu sovereign. Is that true or false? You also know the flying divine tiger?" The flying divine tiger also stared at Zichen. Looking at the 2 overbearing divine beasts, Zichen shrunk back and nodded, "Yes." "Impossible. There is only one flying divine tiger in this world, and that's me. There is only one dragon tiger sovereign, and that's me." The 2 of them spoke again. Their voices were so loud that Zichen's ears were buzzing. Zichen thought to himself, "Did I meet 2 lunatics? Or are they fools?" He looked at Lei Ming for help, but the latter said, "They are not wrong. There is only one flying divine tiger and the dragon tiger sovereign in this world, and they are right in front of you." Zichen's eyes widened, and his face was filled with shock. Didn't that mean that the 2 of them were true patriarch-level existences? Seeing Zichen's expression, the 2 divine beast ancestors nodded in satisfaction. "Are you looking for a beating again? Instead of guarding the mansion properly, you actually dare to block the path of a guest? Do you believe that I won't chase you away immediately? It's not easy to find other things here, but there are plenty of gatekeepers." Just as Zichen was shocked by the origins of the 2, he heard an old voice. The door of the Craftsman Manor had opened at some point, and an old man with white hair and a youthful complexion stood there and spoke. Hearing the old man's voice, the 2 divine beast ancestors' figures swayed and returned to being statues at lightning speed. Zichen was stunned and didn't know what to say. "Greetings, sir." Lei Ming bowed to the old man. "Lei Ming, your speed is really fast. This must be our young friend Zichen. This old man has been waiting for you for a long time. Quickly come in with me." As he spoke, the old man walked down and pulled Zichen's hand in a familiar manner, leading him into the Craftsman Manor. It was hard to imagine that this amiable-looking old man was the owner of such a big Craftsman Manor, and the person who had just scared the 2 antique divine beast ancestors into statues. After entering the manor, Zichen saw another devouring sky wolf. However, it wasn't a statue, but a living creature. It wandered around the manor like a domestic dog. Then Zichen learned that this was the first devouring sky wolf on the life star, and it was also an ancestor-level existence. He was shocked and even a little petrified. There were many legends about this kind of patriarch-level existence on the life star. In any of the legends, they all spoke of how powerful and extraordinary they were. However, among the 3 powerful existences that Zichen saw, 2 of them were actually gatekeepers, and one was guarding the courtyard. Chapter 2359. Even when Zichen walked into the main hall of the Craftsman Manor, he was still a little dizzy. What he had seen today had seriously overturned his understanding of legends. This city of God was even more mysterious and inexplicable. All the powerful existences that he knew of actually played a role here that seemed to be shameful. Just like Longhu Supreme and Flying Divine Tiger, if they were on a life star, they would be the peak experts. Once they were angry, the entire life star would tremble. It was true that their anger could shake the entire world. However, in this world, they were guarding someone else's house. Such a difference was like heaven and earth. Little guy, don't be dizzy. This world is just that cruel. Let me tell you, if I didn't have some skills and worked hard to accumulate such a big family business, no one would want them to guard other places, said the old man as he looked at Zichen, who was in a daze. My lord is right. If my lord didn't take them in, their lives wouldn't be good. Lei Ming nodded and said, Why, they are the strongest existences on this life star, even in this world. Shouldn't they be the strongest existences? Asked Zichen, puzzled. Of course they are strong, but they aren't the strongest. In this world, there is the suppression of rules. The strongest is the god. The rules here are set by the god. Everything has to follow the will of the god, said Lei Ming. God? Is it the God clan? Are they very strong? The real god is even stronger than the great sage. Do you think they are strong? That is another realm. It is also the realm that everyone yearns for. Can humans become gods? Theoretically, it is possible. Zichen looked at Lei Ming and said, But in reality, no one has become a god, right? Lei Ming spread his hands and smiled helplessly at Zichen. In his knowledge, it was indeed possible to become a god. However, until now, no one had cultivated to the god realm. Little guy, don't worry about the god realm for now. You should rest for a few days. I will inform Goddess Yiqian. She should have something to tell you. If you have any questions, you can ask her later. I believe the goddess' answer will satisfy you. Zichen nodded. He did need some time to digest what he had seen today. 2 days later, Zichen accepted reality. Lei Ming told him that these people had entered the path of stars after participating in the war against the outsiders. Step by step, they went deeper into the star path and finally entered this area. It seemed that there were endless opportunities here, and one could even become a god. However, this place was more like a boundless prison, trapping all the powerhouses in the entire starry sky. This was also the main reason why so many people had entered the star path, but very few had ever returned. That was because there was no possibility of going back after reaching this point. They could only keep moving forward. It was said that there was only one path forward from here, and that was to become a god and enter the god realm. But after so many years had passed, they had yet to see anyone become a deity. On the 5th day, Yiqian came to find Zichen. After not seeing her for a long time, Yiqian had become even more radiant. Her clothes flickered with brilliance. After seeing Zichen, her face was brimming with an excited smile. Long time no see. Zichen looked at Yiqian with the same smile on his face, unable to hide the excitement in his heart. There was nothing more delightful than meeting a close friend in an unknown world. I was very worried about you. I thought you would never be able to reach here. Yiqian came in front of Zichen. She was clearly too emotional and her eyes were red. I wanted to go out and look for you, but they wouldn't let me. So, I know. This time, I have to thank you for informing them. Zichen nodded and went forward to hug Yiqian. This hug was very natural, and Yiqian hugged Zichen back. Behind Yiqian, there was an unfamiliar lady. After seeing this scene, her expression changed instantly. Her eyes immediately revealed a touch of frost. Cough! Friends haven't seen each other for a long time. A hug is nothing. A light cough came from behind the lady, and the owner of the crafts manor walked in. He looked at the scene in front of him with a smile, and the corners of his mouth were about to bloom. The lady turned her head to look at the other party. Her face was filled with anger, but she seemed to be wary of the other party. She didn't go forward to stop them, but just stared coldly at Zichen. The two people in front didn't know what was happening behind them, and they didn't even hear the light cough. This was just a hug between friends. Of course, it wouldn't last long. After coming here, I realized that we weren't in the same place. How did you get here? Ichien looked at Zichen and asked with concern. I just walked slowly. I didn't encounter any great danger. How about you? Are you okay here? You didn't suffer, right? Zichen asked and gestured for Ichien to take a seat first. Humph. Zichen's words caused a cold snort. Looking towards the source of the voice, Zichen finally noticed that there was actually an unfamiliar woman here. A sheathed, long sword hung at her waist. She was tall, wore light armor, and her long hair was tied into a ponytail. She looked valiant and formidable. But at this moment, there was a trace of coldness and disdain directed at Zichen on her face. The goddess was the darling of this world. She was loved and doted on, so how could she be wronged? You country bumpkin, you really don't know anything. Of course, in front of the goddess, she didn't dare to say these words. As the goddess' personal guard, she knew how much the goddess cared about this country bumpkin. She is. Zichen looked at this disdainful and hostile woman in confusion. She is called Shirlian. After coming here, she has been protecting me. Ichien looked at the woman and said, Shirlian, he is the Zichen I told you about. Thank you for helping Ichien during this time. Zichen stood up and cupped his fists towards her. Behind Shirlian, the old man saw this scene and shook his head, calling him a silly boy. Humph, who do you think you are? How dare you call the goddess by her name? Shirlian said, her voice cold and the hostility in her eyes obvious. Zichen was stunned, not understanding what was going on. You country bumpkin, why haven't you bowed to the goddess yet? Not bowing to the goddess. Are you going against the rules of the city of God? Shirlian said again, her voice cold. Shirlian, Zichen is my friend, not some country bumpkin. Ichien looked at this, usually well-behaved servant come guard with dissatisfaction. She didn't know why she suddenly lost her temper today. Goddess, the city of God has its rules. How can your precious body be tarnished by these mortals? Shirlian bowed, then stared coldly at Zichen. I've said it before, Zichen is my friend, my only friend. All right, you can leave. Ichien waved her hand, clearly very disappointed with this servant girl. The servant girl had no choice but to leave, but before she left, she looked at Zichen with an unkind gaze. This silly boy. The old man shook his head, nodded slightly at Ichien, then turned and left. Zichen, please don't take it to heart. After coming here, everything seems to be different. Everyone calls me the goddess, and people follow me wherever I go. From what Shirlian said, Zichen seemed to understand Ichien's position here. Perhaps in the outside world, the two of them would be fine, and even the Jadu family would turn a blind eye. But this place was different. There were real gods here, and in their eyes he was just a mortal. Do you have a way to get out of here? Not bothering about Ichien's identity, Zichen asked. This was the question he was most concerned about after coming to the city of God. Ichien shook her head and said, I haven't found a way out yet, but I've asked around. There are only 2 ways to get out of here. Zichen asked, what are the 2 ways? The first way is that you have to be a god. Only gods can enter and leave this world at will. What about the second way? The second way is to pass through the passage of the 3 forces. But that passage has certain restrictions. I haven't found out what the specific restrictions are yet. But I've heard that you can't enter the realm of the Holy King. Can't enter the realm of the Holy King? Aren't all the realms suppressed here? Where did the realm of the Holy King come from? Zichen was puzzled. The levels here had nothing to do with realms. For example, the 4th level needed a Holy King body, the 5th level needed to be recognized by the rules, the 6th level was shape-shifting, and the 7th and 8th level had nothing to do with realms. No matter if you were a Holy King or a great sage, if you didn't have a Holy King body, you couldn't become a 4th level hunter. This world was created by the gods. I'm not sure what level the gods are, but the rules are carried out according to the will of the gods. Once you enter the realm of the Holy King, you can't go out anymore. As for the conditions under which you can enter the realm of the Holy King, there's no specific division for now. It's said that the rules can be sensed. This world was very mysterious, and even Yi Qian couldn't understand it all. And after coming here, she didn't see her father, but everyone was very respectful to her, even in awe. She still didn't know much about this world. Ziqin, I can't stay outside for too long. I'll find a way to find out about the conditions to go back. By the way, if you have time, you can go to the Jiatu family to have a look. Jiatu Huangtu and the others are already here. They might know something about the conditions to go back. Yi Qian said. They're all here? Not only them, but Hort and the people from the Da family are also here. And this time, the Da family sent a very strong person called Da Hill. He has attracted a lot of attention, and his combat power is very strong. In the place where Yi Qian lived, she was free. But when she came to other places, Yi Qian would be restricted. This was not malicious, but because of Yi Qian's identity. Knowing that Yi Qian couldn't stay for long, Ziqin planned to send Yi Qian outside. Chapter 2360. Ziqin and Yi Qian walked out of the crafts manor, followed by the owner and servant Lotus. Looking at the scene outside, Ziqin was dumbfounded. Outside the crafts manor, there were many people gathered. They were all looking at the crafts manor curiously. The two beast ancestors had already revealed their true forms. They stood outside the crafts manor, releasing a terrifying aura around them. That aura was suffocating, and no one dared to approach them. Behind the two beast ancestors, there was a carriage. Pulling the carriage was a Qilin beast that was shining with colorful lights. It lay on the ground, ignoring the people gathered around it. The carriage behind it was also colorful, as if it was made of colorful gems. Below the window, there was a mysterious symbol that looked like a crown. A suffocating aura was emitted from that symbol. Goddess, it's really the goddess. Look, she's goddess Yi Qian. I heard that she'll be crowned soon. I didn't expect goddess Yi Qian to be here. Who's that guy who dares to walk with the goddess? How dare you walk side by side with the goddess? Following Yi Qian's appearance, voices were heard from all around. These people looked at Yi Qian with admiration and respect as if they were looking at their idol. However, when they turned to look at Ziqin, their gazes quickly turned into hostility. Ziqin, I'm leaving. Yi Qian turned back and glanced at Ziqin, then walked towards the carriage. When the servant Lotus walked past Ziqin, she turned back and glanced at him as well. However, there was a sense of malice in her gaze. What's going on? Ziqin looked at the owner of the crafts manor in confusion. The goddess's status here is like a princess in the mortal world. How can the appearance of such a big figure not cause a commotion? So powerful. Silly boy, that's just a metaphor. How can a princess in the mortal world be compared to goddess Yi Qian? If you really want to compare, only an emperor in the mortal world can be compared to a goddess. Ziqin was shocked. He turned back and looked at Yi Qian again. In order to reduce unnecessary attention, Yi Qian lowered her head and entered the carriage. She didn't look at Ziqin again. The servant Lotus sat on the carriage and glanced at Ziqin. The Qilin pulled the carriage and left. Wherever the carriage passed, the crowd would step aside to make a path for it, looking at the departing carriage with reverence and awe. Just as the carriage disappeared from sight, these people turned back and looked at Ziqin with obvious hostility. He was just talking to Yi Qian, so Ziqin didn't know why there were so many hostile gazes. These gazes made him feel pressured. He turned back and reminded himself that he couldn't be so high profile when he was with Yi Qian. Where's that guy from? Find out his background. Similar voices continuously sounded out from the crowd after Ziqin entered the mansion. After entering the mansion, the elder looked at Ziqin and said, Goddess Yi Qian treats you well. We're friends, Ziqin said. The old man smiled and didn't say anything else. This is the craftsman manner. Are you a blacksmith grandmaster? This time, Zi-Chen didn't get much information from I Qian. He could only put this matter aside. He turned to the old man and asked curiously. The old man laughed and said, "It's good that you didn't say I'm a useless blacksmith. Are you the master that old Fart Wei mentioned?" Zi-Chen's heart moved and asked again. Actually, he had a guess in his heart. It was just that he didn't see the old man these few days and didn't have time to ask. "It's me. You can call me the craftsman ancestor." The old man stroked his white beard and revealed the appearance of an expert. After getting an accurate answer, Zi-Chen was pleasantly surprised. He looked at the craftsman ancestor and said, "Before I came, old Fart Wei asked me to say hello to you. He said you can refine saint weapons and also have a way to help me upgrade this weapon." Zi-Chen took out the flying dagger that had been tempered again. The craftsman ancestor glanced at it, but didn't take it. He nodded and said, "Not bad. As expected of my eldest disciple's masterpiece. Wait, there's a problem with the technique." Before Zi-Chen could explain the origin of this throwing knife, the craftsman ancestor nodded again and said, "It was made by my youngest disciple. It seems he really didn't die." As expected of the craftsman ancestor, he saw through so many problems with just a glance. Can it be upgraded into a saint weapon? Zi-Chen looked at the craftsman ancestor and asked with some expectation. "Of course." The craftsman ancestor stroked his beard and tilted his head, appearing unfathomable. Before Zi-Chen could state his request, the craftsman ancestor said, "However, it's not possible for now. I don't have that many materials here." "Where are the materials?" "I can go find them." The craftsman ancestor shook his head and said, "Don't be in such a hurry. After a while, something big will happen here. It's also an opportunity for you. You have to grasp it well." "What is it?" "You'll naturally know when the time comes." The craftsman ancestor walked forward, and Zi-Chen followed. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "I came this time mainly because I promised the Jiatu family that I would bring back a saint weapon. If I can find the way back." The craftsman ancestor smiled and said, "If you can go back now, I'll give you a saint weapon right now." "Really?" Zi-Chen looked at the craftsman ancestor with some disbelief. One had to know that a saint weapon was an extremely precious existence. Until now, among the items that Zi-Chen knew of, there was nothing more precious than a saint weapon. And his biggest transaction was with the Jiatu family. "The goddess has already told me the purpose of your transaction. A saint weapon in exchange for a passage. No matter how I look at it, we've profited. You sacrificed yourself for that matter. So of course we old fellows who can't do anything here have to help you." The craftsman ancestor turned around and patted Zi-Chen's shoulder. "A saint weapon might be precious, but compared to an entire life star, it's nothing. You've done what many of us couldn't do. Little guy, you're really good." With that, the craftsman ancestor left. Zi-Chen stood in place, very touched. The next day, outside the craftsman manor, there was a commotion. The sound directly traveled into the craftsman manor. At first, Zi-Chen didn't pay much attention to it, but soon he heard his name being called from time to time. "Zi-Chen, there's someone outside looking for you." At this time, Lei Ming came to Zi-Chen's residence. "Looking for me? Who?" Zi-Chen asked, puzzled. "You'll know when you get out." Lei Ming smiled. Could it be Jiatu Huangtu? Besides I Qian, Zi-Chen's other friend was Jiatu Huangtu, and he knew that Jiatu Huangtu had come to the city of God. "I didn't expect you to come first before I went to find you." Zi-Chen sped up. Along the way, he saw the patrolling, heaven-devouring wolf. He suddenly stopped, bowed respectfully to the wolf, and then quickly left. The patrolling, heaven-devouring wolf looked at the departing Zi-Chen and nodded. After Zi-Chen left, the craftsman ancestor appeared outside his residence. It seemed that he was looking for Zi-Chen. He didn't see Zi-Chen, but he saw Lei Ming. "Master, what do you think about this?" Lei Ming asked the craftsman ancestor. The craftsman ancestor raised his head and looked in a certain direction. he muttered. It seems that the city of God has been peaceful for too long and wants to have some fun. But don't go too far. I haven't fought for many years, and I don't want to. Master, are you going to fight? Lei Ming looked at the craftsman ancestor with anticipation. As far as Lei Ming could remember, the craftsman ancestor had only made a move once, but the commotion it had caused had been so great that even the city of God had been shaken. At that time, the city of God was shaken, and the gods all appeared. They wanted to harm the craftsman ancestor because he had seriously broken the rules of the city of God. In the end, their side sacrificed 2 people to resolve the crisis. After that battle, the craftsman ancestor became very low-key. They also didn't do anything ostentatious. It had been like this until now. However, this time the craftsman ancestor had the intention to fight. This surprised Lei Ming. It also showed how much he valued Zichen, just like how he valued that person. However, he just hoped that it wouldn't be like so many years ago, where people had to be sacrificed. Zichen walked briskly. He thought that Jiatu Huangtu had come. He didn't know what would happen after he stepped out of the craftsman pavilion. He also didn't know what it would mean to the craftsman pavilion, the people on the Life Star, and the entire city of God after he took that step. The door opened and Zichen walked out. He didn't see Jiatu Huangtu. Instead, he saw dozens of people standing outside. With the 2 beast ancestors present, they didn't dare to approach the craftsman manor. They stood in the distance and kept shouting. Each of them was holding a piece of paper in their hands. Zichen, come out. I'm here to challenge you on behalf of my young master. Zichen, you disrespected the goddess. I'm young master, Luan Wei's servant. I'm here to challenge you. Zichen, come out quickly. Atone for your evil deeds. Voices kept echoing. Hearing these noises, Zichen knew that they weren't holding letters of worship, but letters of challenge. The reason for their letters of challenge was that Zichen was disrespectful to the goddess. Where was the disrespect? Was it just to walk side by side with Yiqian? Zichen didn't know. He only knew that these people were idiots. What young master? He didn't even know him. Why should he accept the letter of challenge? After confirming that there was no one he knew, he turned around and entered the craftsman manor. Disdainful mockery and shushing came from behind him. In this world, there were many poor people who couldn't even have enough to eat and wear. Similarly, there were rich people. For example, the craftsman ancestor and those people outside. They had nothing to do all day. Looking for fun was their only interest. Every day, they would come to the craftsman manor and stay from morning to afternoon. Some of them didn't even want to leave at night, shouting outside. For a time, Zichen's reputation shook the city of God. However, it was all negative. The craftsman ancestor didn't say anything about the clamoring outside. It was as if everything depended on Zichen's wishes. Chapter 2361. There were many people living in the artisan manor. They all came from the Life Star and were once prominent existences. There were also many existences at the level of the beast ancestor. Perhaps they were suppressed in this world and had no choice but to stay in the artisan manor. However, they were still experts. Every one of them was a very powerful existence. This was a place where so many experts resided. Yet a group of people were wantonly shouting at them, ignoring them, or even despising them all day long. Although no one stood out to criticize him, Zichen couldn't stand it anymore. They were all experts. They couldn't be humiliated because of their own existence, no matter what the cause of this matter was. Since they had nothing better to do and had to provoke him, he would fulfill their wish. Hence, he walked out of the artisan manor for the second time. Just as he was about to leave, Lei Ming went to report this matter to the artisan ancestor. He's a bold and steady little fellow. If it wasn't for us old fellows' reputation, their provocation might have failed. The artisan ancestor chuckled when he heard that. He didn't talk to Zichen these few days, nor did he express his opinion on this matter. He didn't want to put too much pressure on Zichen and let him make his own choice. Seeing the door of the artisan manor open again, all the noise disappeared. Those people were all staring at the door of the artisan manor. They saw Zi-Chin walk out with a sheathed saber in his hand. He's out. That cowardly fellow finally came out. How dare he disrespect the goddess? He must be punished. After a short moment of silence, a commotion broke out again. This time, it was even noisier than before. Many of them were waving the letters of challenge in their hands. Judging by their postures, if it weren't for the presence of the two beast ancestors, they would have rushed over and slapped the letters of challenge on Zi-Chen's head. "Shut up, all of you!" The commotion caused Zi-Chen's head to buzz. He furrowed his brows and shouted coldly. The surrounding noise gradually disappeared and became quiet again. Everyone was looking at Zi-Chen coldly. Zi-Chen walked forward, bowing as he passed by the two beast ancestors. He walked in front of a man and said coldly, "What's the background of that shitty young master of yours? What's his strength?" The servant glared fiercely at Zi-Chen and said, "It's young master Pu-Lei." "Zi-Chen, be more polite. Don't say that my young master bullied you. He's also a level 5 like you." "My young master said that as long as you can last 20 rounds in front of him, it'll be your win." "Idiot." Zi-Chen glanced at the other party and snatched the letter of challenge from the other party's hand. He said coldly, "Tell your bullshit young master to come out and die. Within 3 rounds, I will end this battle." "Humph, shameless boasting." "Zi-Chen, you have to accept the challenge. 3 days later, you have to go to the arena in Wayne Square to fight. If you don't go..." Zi-Chen interrupted him and said indifferently, "There's no need to wait for 3 days. Tell him to go there and wait now." Then he walked in front of the second servant who was holding the letter of challenge and said, "Is this a shitty young master or a shitty young master? What's his background?" "My young master, Hong Yan, is a level 5. Don't talk about bullying you, you just need to." Before the servant could finish his arrogant words, Zi-Chen snatched the letter of challenge from his hand and said, "Tell your bullshit young master to go to the arena and wait for his death." After that, he asked a few more people and found out that those who delivered the letter of challenge were all level 5. It was obvious that they had purposely chosen these people to challenge him after knowing his cultivation level. After that, Zi-Chen asked these people, "Is there any idiot young master who is level 6 and wants to challenge me?" This sentence caused more dissatisfaction. For a moment, these servants expressed their arrogance and disdain to use their level to suppress Zi-Chen. When Zi-Chen heard this, he was elated. At the same time, he confirmed his guess. He didn't choose deliberately. Instead, he took the remaining letters of challenge and gathered a total of 10. "Go and tell your young masters that I will fight 10 battles in a row today. If they don't dare to come, they can get lost as soon as possible." Looking at Zi-Chen's arrogant expression, these servants were obviously enraged. They first reprimanded Zi-Chen for his arrogance. Then they all boarded the carriages behind them and went back to their own mansions. Very soon, the people here had all left. Obviously, they had all gone to report to their own families. Therefore, Zi-Chen, who was left alone, realized helplessly that he couldn't find the arena at all. He couldn't even find anyone to ask for directions. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, he heard the sound of a carriage coming from the side. Then, a Qilin beast with flames all over its body appeared in front of Zi-Chen's eyes, pulling a carriage. Zi-Chen had seen that Qilin beast before. It was in the crafts manor. When he saw it, he was very shocked. At this moment, Lei Ming was waving at Zi-Chen from the carriage, pulled by the Qilin beast, asking him to come over. Zi-Chen walked over and was about to ask what they were going to do when Lei Ming said, "I've accepted the challenge. You can't find the way, right? I'll take you there. It's not appropriate, right?" Looking at the Qilin beast pulling the carriage, Zi-Chen was bewildered. He hesitated. The Qilin beast pulling the carriage was the real ancestor level existence of the Life Star. It was obviously inappropriate to let it pull the carriage for him. "Let's go. We don't care about these things here. Moreover, we need to show off wherever we go, right?" Zi-Chen couldn't persuade Lei Ming. He could only bow to the fire Qilin and then get on the carriage. It was the fire Qilin. Its quality wasn't any weaker than the colorful Qilin that pulled the goddess carriage. Wayne Square was a big square. Of course, it wasn't the only square in the city. It was closer to the Crafts Manor, where there was a fighting arena. In a place like this, which was similar to a prison, those existences who couldn't feel pain would have all kinds of perverted fun. Thus, this fighting arena was born. When Zichen arrived, he found that many people had gathered here. Moreover, each of their carriages was more luxurious than the other. It was as if they were competing with each other in terms of beauty. Of course, when the Qilin beast, which was the same as the goddess carriage, appeared, no one dared to challenge it. The square became quiet. Everyone was looking at them. After a brief moment of shock, these people revealed looks of dissatisfaction on their faces. It was because the goddess was high and mighty. You disrespected the goddess, so you came here to receive punishment. However, you dared to bring a Qilin that was the same as the goddess carriage. It wasn't just showing off, but also looking down on everyone. Thus, before the fight started, all kinds of scolding voices arose. Lei Ming completely ignored this and directly walked towards the battle stage in the plaza. At this moment, there were already 10 young people standing on the fighting arena. Of course, they were all men. Their expressions were ugly. Their faces were full of anger, as if they were arguing about something. When they saw Zichen's carriage appear, they all turned around and vented their anger on Zichen's carriage with their gazes. Chen walked down from the carriage. The scolding voices around him became more and more intense. They kept repeating the same words about how dare you disrespect the goddess. Zichen ignored them completely and walked up to the fighting arena step by step. You're finally here. Your opponent is me. A young man took the lead. He held a long sword in his hand and stared coldly at Zichen. Your opponent is me. It should be me. However, before Zichen could speak, the others stepped forward one by one. Every single one of them expressed the same desire to fight first. Obviously, this was the reason why they were arguing earlier. At this moment, there were many influential people in the square. For example, there was an old man surrounded by many people. He looked at the square and said, "These young people are all outstanding talents with extraordinary strength. That little kid called Zichen dares to say that he can fight 10 battles a day. He's completely arrogant. If he can't even win a single battle, it'll be embarrassing." The people around him nodded in agreement. The old man stroked his beard with satisfaction and said, "I know a little about these 10 people. Let's see how this arrogant little kid chooses later. If he's unlucky and chooses the stronger one, I'm afraid he won't be able to last more than a few moves and will lose." The people around him agreed with him once again. At this moment, Zichen looked at the 10 people who were arguing until their faces were red. He said calmly, "Aren't you all here to get beaten up? Don't tell me you can't wait anymore. Don't worry, I've always been a fair person. I won't beat the other party, less just because they came first." Zichen's words completely angered the 10 people. They stared fiercely at Zichen, their eyes full of anger. Obviously, they were not scared, so Zichen pointed at one person and said, "Okay, then you. The others don't need to go down. The battle will be over soon." Arrogant. Zichen didn't try to suppress his voice, so it spread out. Everyone who heard his words immediately had this thought in their minds. Among them, the old man from before snorted and said, "What an arrogant kid! This person is called Hong Yen. Whether it's speed or strength, he's at the peak of his level. If he's up against someone else, he might be able to hold on for a while. But against Hong Yen, I'm afraid he'll be defeated in less than 20 moves. All of you go down. 20 moves. I want to destroy him in 20 moves." Hong Yen, who was Zichen's chosen opponent, said angrily, "20 moves, huh? Okay, I'll fulfill your wish." Zichen nodded, then looked at his opponent and said, "Is there a referee for the battle?" "No, let's start now." As Hong Yan's words fell, Zichen rushed forward. His footsteps changed, leaving behind afterimages. Your speed is useless against me, Hong Yan's voice sounded, and he punched at one of the afterimages. Is that so? Chapter 2362. One move. Hong Yan, who was in the air, heard a cold voice. Bang! Immediately after, he felt another pain in his abdomen. The force that had just landed on his body reappeared, and his body was lifted up again. Zi Chen's voice sounded again. 2 moves. Hong Yan had lost his center of gravity, and his body was completely out of control. His ears were filled with the sound of the wind, and he couldn't see Zi Chen at all. With a flash of light, he was hit again. 3 moves. Bang! 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 Similar muffled sounds of impact rang out continuously. Hong Yan's body flew around the fighting stage uncontrollably. The noise had disappeared at some point. Everyone looked at the arena in shock, and Zi Chen, who already had the absolute advantage. His figure changed and appeared in various places, punching Hong Yan again and again. The powerful Hong Yan was like a puppet at this moment, letting Zi Chen hit him here and there. What was even more infuriating was the cold voice that came from outside the arena. 10th move. 11th move. 12th move. In the carriage, Lei Ming saw this scene and shook his head with a smile. Beside him, the fire Qilint's eyes revealed a trace of gratification. The old man, who had previously given Hong Yan a high evaluation and was surrounded by many people, was now speechless. 15th move. The battle continued. Apart from the first punch, Hong Yan didn't attack again. At this moment, he was completely passive. 16th move. 17th move. The cold voice still sounded, and blood sprayed on the arena. 18th move. Following this voice, Zi Chen increased his strength, and a powerful force burst out. Hong Yan coughed up blood again, and at the same time his body fell out of the arena uncontrollably. Bang! His body landed heavily on the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. The surroundings were silent, or rather, deathly silent. The battle ended just like that, and it was too unbelievable. Hong Yan, who had only punched once, was still alive. He climbed up with difficulty and looked at Zi Chen on the arena, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. I'm sorry I couldn't let you last 20 moves. However, it's not because of me. It's because you're too weak. If I had given you 2 more punches, I might have killed you, Zi Chen said apologetically as he looked at Hong Yan below the stage. How arrogant! How arrogant! These were the words that appeared in everyone's minds once again. However, with Hong Yan's violent beating, no one dared to criticize Zi Chen anymore. Pooh! Hong Yan coughed up another mouthful of blood. Before he could say anything, his vision turned black and he fainted. The surroundings were quiet, and many people looked at the old man from before. The old man's previous comments were still echoing in his ears. Back then, he had predicted that Zi Chen would be defeated within 20 moves, but in the end, Zi Chen had used 18 moves and almost killed Hong Yan. This is considered a sneak attack. Hong Yan lost because of his carelessness. This can only be considered a trick. He won't be able to do it next time. Facing the gazes of the surrounding people, the old man said calmly. The battle continued, and Hong Yan was quietly taken away by someone. However, when the remaining 9 people looked at Zi Chen again, there was less contempt in their eyes and more seriousness. They no longer fought to be the first to fight with Zi Chen. Which one of you wants to go first? Zi Chen looked at the 9 challengers who had not been able to get off the stage in time. Humph, Hong Yan was just careless. If he hadn't lost at the beginning, how could you have defeated him? I'll go first. With a cold snort, a man came forward. He held a long sword in his hand, and the light of energy surged around his body. As soon as the man appeared, there were exclamations from below the stage. Obviously, he was quite famous here. However, Zi Chen did not think that a mere level 5 could be famous in this city. The reason why there were so many exclamations was that this guy was at most a foppish existence. It's Pu It said that Pu is stronger than Hong Yan. I wonder how he'll fare against Ziqin. Someone below the stage said as he looked at the old man. The old man was very famous, and he had made a prediction before, although it was not accurate. Pu will win. His reaction is faster than Hong Yan's, and with the lesson he learned from Hong Yan, he will not be careless. As long as he can defend against Ziqin's speed, the battle will be over soon. The old man said again with certainty. The people beside him nodded again with admiration. The other 8 people spread out, and Pu walked forward. Ziqin looked at him and said, Pu right? That's right. Do you have the thunder attribute? Pu was stunned. He did not understand why Ziqin would ask such a question. If you don't have the thunder attribute, then please don't use the name Thunder as your name, because you'll bury the word, Ziqin said calmly. You're courting death. Pu body was shining brightly, but his energy attribute was not thunder. Ziqin looked at him and said indifferently, Looks like you'll have to change your name. As soon as he finished speaking, his body flashed and he rushed toward Pu Die! Pu shouted. He shook the long sword in his hand and stabbed it toward Ziqin. Puff! A phantom was pierced by Pu At the same time, Ziqin's real body was already at Pu side. He followed up with a punch that landed on Pu lower abdomen. The tremendous force caused Pu body to bend like a cooked shrimp. The excruciating pain almost made him drop his weapon. He could not imagine how a mere level 5 Ziqin could have such speed and strength. Just as Pu body was bending, Ziqin hit him on the chin with a backhand. The powerful force caused Pu body to be lifted up. After that, Ziqin did a 360-degree turn and chopped the back of Pu neck with his hand. Bam! With a loud bang, Pu fell. The battle was over. 3 moves. Just 3 moves. The powerful Pu fell, just like that. Rubbing his palms, Ziqin said unhappily, I can't help it. Who asked you to come up with this name? I asked you to change it, and you didn't want to. Did he deserve to be beaten like that just because he didn't change his name? The spectators were speechless. After kicking Pu off the ring effortlessly, Ziqin looked at the other 8 people and said, Which one of you wants to fight? The 8 of them became more alert. Standing in the ring, they saw everything clearly. Ziqin's speed and strength were far superior to Pu's. That was why he could end the battle in 3 moves. Although they had some tricks up their sleeves, they were not sure if they could suppress Ziqin. After these 2 battles, they had a clear understanding of Ziqin. At this moment, their expressions became more and more solemn. Below the ring, more eyes fell on the old man. The old man's expression was clearly a little unsightly after his 2 consecutive predictions were wrong. But after all, he had lived for an unknown number of years. He could still remain calm at this moment. But regarding the evaluation of the next battle, the old man was tactful and did not continue to make predictions. This was because the 3rd battle also ended very quickly. Or rather, the old man did not have time to predict, and the battle ended. Bang! 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 Just like before, the battle ended in just 3 moves. Even the battle scene was very similar to the battle with Pu just now. Ziqin quickly stepped forward and punched his opponent's abdomen. The intense pain made his opponent's body bend. Then he released his fist and used his wrist to hit his opponent's chin with the back of his palm. He lifted his opponent's body up again. Finally, he chopped his opponent's neck directly and ended the battle. Ziqin clapped his hands and kicked the person who fell under his feet off the ring again. He looked at the remaining 7 people and said, What about you? Do you want to come one by one, or all of you? I don't have much time. You have to make a decision, quickly. His words were obviously more arrogant, but the people below the ring did not react as fiercely as before. They did not even blame him in their hearts. because the 3 rapid battles in a row had made them completely aware of Zi-Chen's strength. The remaining 7 people were all reputable people in the city of God. Of course, they would not choose to join forces. Thus, the 4th person rushed forward. Zi-Chen made his move. 3 moves. It was still 3 moves. It was the same method as before. It was the same method of eliminating the enemy. Zi-Chen had already eliminated 3 people with this move, but they still could not defend against it. The 4th person fell in the same way. Then the 5th person rushed forward. Zi-Chen rushed forward again. His body glowed and he made his move at lightning speed. There was an uproar all around. 3 moves. The battle ended in 3 moves again. There were 5 people left in the ring. Their expressions became very ugly. At first, they had thought that it was their bad luck that Zi-Chen had chosen them. This time, no matter what, they would make Zi-Chen pay the price he deserved. However, Zi-Chen had eliminated the 5 of them so quickly and had even used the same method. This made the 5 of them feel a lot of pressure. When they saw Zi-Chen's gaze, they even wished that they were the one who attacked first. If they did, they would have been knocked unconscious and would not have felt the pressure from all around. Go to hell! Another person rushed forward. Obviously, he was gritting his teeth. He was seriously lacking in confidence and exposed his weakness. Zi-Chen's lips curled into a smile. His figure flashed, and it was the same attack again. The opponent had also guessed the direction of Zi-Chen's attack and was completely focused on blocking it. He did not care about other places, but guessing was one thing and blocking was another. Zi-Chen's body shone brightly. In an instant he had struck 3 times. The opponent, who had only made a movement of turning his head, fell limply to the ground. It was the same move again. There were only 4 people left on the field. Looking at the 4 people with ugly expressions, Zi-Chen said, "Don't waste any more time. Let's attack together. I don't have much time. I can't let you waste it like this." "Are you the one who said that?" One of them looked at Zi-Chen and said, "Of course I said that. The 4 of you haven't attacked yet. Aren't you waiting for me to say that? Come on, I'm in a hurry." Although the 4 of them had ugly expressions, they did not give up this opportunity to join forces. Moreover, Zi-Chen's attitude was very arrogant, which angered the people below the stage. Therefore, they ignored the shameless behavior of the 4 of them. As long as they could defeat the opponent together, it would be a victory for them. They were afraid that the 4 of them together would not be able to defeat Zi-Chen. Too slow. Still too slow. Zi-Chen's voice rang out beside the 4 of them. He shuttled back and forth like a ray of light. At the same time, he continuously attacked, one hand knife after another falling down. After 4 breaths, Zi-Chen appeared behind the 4 of them. When he looked at the 4 people in front of him, they all stopped moving and fell down. Chapter 2363. The 4 of them had only lasted for 4 breaths. There was no doubt about Zi-Chen's strength. Although this was only a battle between level 5 fighters, which was equivalent to a battle between the weakest fighters in the City of God, these people were still the cream of the crop among the level 5 fighters. For them to be brutally beaten up by Zi-Chen, who was of the same level, was undoubtedly a huge blow to their reputation. Even their forces felt that they had lost face. However, this also showed how strong Zi-Chen was. When they were at his level, they didn't have such terrifying combat strength. After the battle, Zi-Chen glanced at the crowd and took out the 10 challenge letters from before. He waved the challenge letters lightly and said, "In the future, let's not do such boring things. You guys go worship your goddess. I still have to live my life. Let's mind our own business." After he finished speaking, Zi-Chen confidently threw away the 10 challenge letters in his hand. The letters of challenge fell on the fighting ring, landing on the bodies of the people who had fainted. He then turned around and walked down the fighting ring. Arrogant, arrogant, extremely arrogant, extremely arrogant. However, at this moment, no one dared to stop Zi-Chen. Or rather, they didn't have a reason to stop Zi-Chen. The fire Chelan's body was burning with raging flames. It released a terrifying aura as it walked towards them. Perhaps there were many experts among the spectators. Their realms were very high and they were very strong. However, no matter how strong they couldn't be stronger than the fire Chelan. This was because the fire Chelan had existed for a very long time. It could be traced back to when the Life Star was formed. Most importantly, the fire Chelan came from the Crafts Manor. There were no weak existences from the Crafts Manor. If one had to say who was weak, it would be Zichin, who had defeated 10 experts of the same level. The memory of that battle was still fresh in their minds. The experts of the Crafts Manor were endless, to the point where they were lawless. If it wasn't for the appearance of those gods, there wouldn't be any forces in the City of God that could suppress the Crafts Manor. They could find a reason to challenge Zichin, but that was within the rules. If they broke the rules, they would definitely be dealt a devastating blow by the Crafts Manor. Not to mention the others. Just take the man and the beast in front of them as an example. How many people present could guarantee that they could stop Lei Ming and the fire Chelan? Thus, the crowd parted and Zichin walked towards the carriage. Under everyone's gaze, he bowed politely and got into the carriage. The fire Chelan pulled the carriage and headed towards the Crafts Manor. Wherever he passed, everyone naturally took a detour. Looking at the departure of the carriage, sighs could be heard from time to time. They originally wanted to teach Zichin a lesson, but this time they were slapped in the face by Zichin, and it was a heavy slap to their faces. Inside the carriage, Lei Ming looked at Zichin and said with a smile, "You did a clean job. Not bad." Zichin smiled and said, "They are too weak. A bunch of idle existences. Their combat strength is really trash." Along the way, Zichin had been fighting nonstop and had rich combat experience. In today's battle, he could naturally tell that these people were inexperienced. Their combat strength might be stronger than those level 5 existences outside, but it was definitely not to the point where they could dominate those of the same level. And such experts were simply too weak for Zichin, who is known to be invincible among those of the same level. Don't be careless. In the City of God, there are still some existences with great potential. They are not like those people who would not appear under normal circumstances, Lei Ming reminded. So you're saying that they will appear this time? Who knows? No one can guess what those people are thinking. Lei Ming shook his head and said, "Why?" Zichin asked the question in his heart. He did not understand why these people wanted to challenge him, and what was the so-called disrespect to the goddess. It was as if he had become the public enemy of the entire City of God within a day, and everyone wanted to kill him. Lei Ming smiled bitterly and said, "For now, we are not sure. Perhaps we will find out after some time." The two of them walked towards the Crafts Manor, and they did not encounter any trouble along the way. However, one could imagine that today's battle would quickly spread to every place in the City of God that paid attention to Zichin. As for what would happen next, they could only wait patiently. After Zichin returned to the Crafts Manor, he did not see the craftsman ancestor. Instead, Lei Ming went to find him. "Sir, you don't seem to be paying attention to today's battle." Lei Ming asked, puzzled. "What's there to pay attention to?" The craftsman ancestor smiled and said, "As a heaven-defying cultivator of a life star, even if he is greatly suppressed by the laws, it is still not a problem for him to deal with some nobodies. As for the outcome, is there a need to pay attention to it?" Lei Ming nodded and said, "That's true. The outcome was already predicted, but I did not expect him to win so easily against 10 people." Very easily, the craftsman ancestor looked at Lei Ming in surprise. One had to know that if Lei Ming said it was easy, it meant that the battle was not difficult at all. It should be very easy. Thinking back to that battle, Lei Ming smiled and said, "Only in the first battle did he use 18 moves. After that, all the battles ended within 3 moves. Oh, by the way, those people were all knocked out within 3 moves, and it was the same move." "Oh, that's interesting. It seems like this heaven-defying cultivator is stronger than we imagined. However, whether he is the strongest or not, We still need time to prove it. The conversation ended here, and the Crafts Manor returned to its peaceful state. Although the people living in the Crafts Manor did not make things difficult for Zichen, after Zichen's victory, they undoubtedly felt that the atmosphere here was much more cheerful. Indeed, in a Crafts Manor like this, where experts were as common as clouds, how could they tolerate others acting presumptuously and shouting outside the door? However, this peaceful atmosphere only lasted for 2 days. On the third day, voices came from outside the door again. However, this time, the voices were clearly more orderly and no longer rude. However, they were still filled with hostility. When Zichen walked out of the Crafts Manor, he saw more than 10 people standing outside. This time, the 2 beast ancestors did not appear. They were still standing far away obediently. In their hands, they were holding the same letter of challenge. Since they dared to issue a letter of challenge after Zichen's victory, these people must have absolute confidence. Zichen, I'm here to deliver a message on behalf of my young master. He can defeat you within 10 moves. Now that the letter of challenge has been issued, do you dare to accept it? A servant looked at Zichen and said coldly. This servant had the strength of a level 6, but the young master he mentioned was only a level 5 existence. The others were in the same situation. The people they represented were all level 5s. For the time being, there were no forces that could use their realms to suppress Zichen. These people's gazes were aggressive, and they were all level 6. However, Zichen was not afraid. This was the Crafts Manor. If they dared to act recklessly, it was guaranteed that they would die on the spot within 3 breaths. Unlike the previous time, he did not accept 10 letters of challenge directly. Instead, he took the letter of challenge from the most arrogant servant and said, Ask your master to go to the arena and wait for a beating. Shameless boasting. This servant snorted angrily, turned around and left quickly. As for the others, when they saw that Zichen did not intend to accept their letters of challenge, they also turned around to report. After everyone had left, Lei Ming once again arrived just in time. After Zichen bowed and got on the carriage, Lei Ming said, The guy you chose this time has some background. His combat strength is stronger than those from the previous time. Zichen nodded and did not say anything. Why only one? Lei Ming asked curiously. Obviously, he did not think that Zichen would lose this battle. However, he could not understand why Zichen, who had chosen 10 people previously, only chose one this time. Could it be that he was being cautious? I'm a little tired. I don't feel like fighting anymore. Zichen closed his eyes and leaned against the wall of the carriage as he spoke. He was indeed very tired. After coming here, he could not find the way out. He had no clue at all. Moreover, he did not have the slightest confidence that he could leave this place. Now he could only passively wait for news from Yiqian. This kind of passivity was undoubtedly not in line with Zichen's personality. Moreover, Yiqian had not come for a few days. Obviously, it was inconvenient for her to appear. If you're tired, then do you want to fight 1 battle a day? Lei Ming asked with a smile. Zichen shook his head slowly and said, No, I'll only fight today. When he came to the square again, there were more people gathered here than last time. Obviously, they had all heard the news and came to join in the fun. On the battle stage, a young man with a prominent head stood indifferently. Obviously, he was Zichen's opponent this time. When the fire Qilin arrived, the crowd dispersed. Zichen walked out of the carriage and looked up at the young man. What big words. I'd like to see how you'll beat me, Hayden. The person who came was called Hayden. Although he was only a level 5, he was quite famous. It was said that he had not lost to a level 6 before. Even if Zichen wins this battle, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. The old man from yesterday appeared again. He looked at Hayden, who had a cold expression on his face, and gave such an evaluation. When the people around heard this, they nodded in agreement. Zichen walked up the battle stage step by step and stood in front of Hayden. Hayden said coldly, Are you ready? Before the battle, I have something to say to you and to everyone here. Zichin said indifferently. Say it. You won't have the chance later, Hayden said coldly. Chapter 2364. Zichen's words were resounding and powerful, echoing throughout the area. Everybody listened to him quietly, but their expressions slowly changed. As for what Zichin had said, Hayden's face was filled with murderous intentions. Everybody's face became unsightly. Arrogant, arrogant, very arrogant, very arrogant, extremely arrogant, extremely arrogant. Zichen's words had enraged everybody. What did he mean by a very good friend? He was just a mortal. What right did he have to be a very good friend of the goddess? What did he mean by apologizing? Shouldn't he stay away from the goddess? What did he mean by not being a kind person? Did he mean that they were kind people? What did he mean by setting a good example? Did he not take Hayden seriously? Did he think that he could kill him like a chicken and play with them like monkeys? Was he killing the chicken to warn the monkeys? Everybody was enraged. They were thoroughly enraged. They hated that they couldn't chop Zichin into 8 pieces right now. However, when they saw the fire Qilin and Lei Ming nodding with a smile, they endured. However, tolerating didn't mean surrendering. They hoped that Hayden could kill Zichin. This kid is too arrogant. Does he think that there's no one in the city of God, so he can do whatever he wants? Since when can people from the Life Star ride on our heads? The old man who had predicted was so angry that he was shivering. Next to him, the others were also enraged. They hated that they couldn't beat the other. Go to hell. Hayden was enraged. He didn't say anything and just dashed toward Zichin. Compared to those people from last time, Hayden was indeed very strong. His attacks were full of power, speed, and a very strong aura. However, this was only compared to those 10 people. To Zichin, this kind of attack was barely acceptable. Thus, he clenched his fists to meet the attack. Lightning sparkled on his fists. Boom! The 2 attacks collided, creating a loud explosion. The energy on Hayden's attack was shattered instantly. At the same time, he was pushed back. The bones in his fists cracked. After just one collision, Hayden's attack was shattered. It had to be known that in the last battle, although the 10 people were in a sorry state, only Hong Yan had suffered some injuries. The others were relatively unharmed. However, in today's battle, Hayden's arm was shattered right from the start, and it was during a head-on confrontation. From this, it could be seen that the difference in strength between the 2 was huge. After retreating, the pain from his arm woke Hayden up from his anger. He endured the pain and pulled out his weapon. But at this moment he felt a blur in front of his eyes. Then, a strong force landed on his chest. His body flew backward uncontrollably. Along the way, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Ah! Along with the sound of bones breaking, Hayden screamed in pain. Zichin chased after Hayden like a flash of light. He grabbed Hayden's wrist with one hand, and the lightning energy in his body surged towards Hayden's wrist. Crack! Crack! His bones began to crack, and the intense pain caused his screams to become even more shrill. This voice caused everyone to feel a chill in their hearts. The powerful Hayden was actually defeated in an instant. But this wasn't the end. Zichen's expression was cold as he dodged again, aiming for the opponent's waist. Pum! A powerful force exploded as the attack landed, and the bones in Hayden's back shattered again. Kacha! Kacha! Following that, the bones in his legs were also shattered by Zichin. Hayden's screams had become hoarse. He was in so much pain that tears flowed, and his eyes were filled with hatred. This wasn't just pain. His bones had been shattered in front of so many people. This was more of a humiliation. Zichin, you'll die a horrible death. Hayden's voice was hoarse, and his eyes were filled with hatred as he cursed. Crack! Zichin dislocated Hayden's jaw, making him unable to say a word. The pain from his body caused Hayden's body to twitch continuously, and tears flowed down his face. The surroundings fell into silence. Everyone looked at Zichin in shock. Obviously, such a quick victory was out of everyone's expectations. Everyone see? This is the limit of my mercy. If anyone still refuses to accept this next time, it will be more serious than this. Don't worry. Although I'm not merciful, I always keep my word. After saying that, Zi-Chun walked down the battle stage. The outcome had been decided. What a sinister brat. Die! An angry roar sounded from the crowd, and a powerful aura emerged. This aura caused the expressions of the surrounding people to change drastically, and they all moved aside. Zi-Chen felt a strong pressure, but his expression didn't change much. He just looked ahead and sneered, "What's wrong? Did the old come after beating up the young? You little brat, you're too cruel. Today, I must get rid of you." The person who emitted the powerful aura was a middle-aged man. He stared coldly at Zi-Chen as he rushed over. Thunderclap, ninth heaven. At this moment, an even colder and more indifferent voice sounded from another direction. Thunder rumbled in the sky, as if thousands of thunderbolts had exploded, bringing with it a powerful force. A thunder gate appeared in the sky out of nowhere. Thunder and lightning moved around the thunder gate, twisting the space around it. Under the thunder gate, Lei Ming stood on the carriage, his long hair fluttering. Lightning surged around his body, and his robe fluttered crazily. A scorching fire wave emitted from the fire Qilin's body, bringing with it the terrifying power of fire. It made the people who came close to it change their countenances, and they backed off crazily as if their bodies would be set on fire if they moved a little bit slower. These two powerful auras dashed towards the arrogant middle-aged man, their strong, murderous intents locking on him. The middle-aged man's face changed dramatically. He halted his steps, turning his head to look at the carriage. "Don't stop. You can try. I can guarantee that at this time tomorrow, your family's mansion will become a pile of ruins." Lei Ming looked at the man, speaking coldly. At this moment, he showed the aura of an expert, which was both arrogant and domineering. His voice spread everywhere, making more people discolored. At this moment, many people couldn't help but remember the great battle that had shaken the entire city of God many years ago. The existences from the Life Star, which had always been oppressed by others, had shown their crazy powers, which had almost shaken this terrifying city. If the God clan hadn't shown up in the end, many forces that year would have disappeared because of this. And today, when Lei Ming said those words, no one thought it was a threat because it was an objective fact. Perhaps the people from the craftsman house had been waiting for this day to happen. They had been accumulating for so many years, waiting for this day to explode. Harumph! Others are afraid of your craftsman house, but our high family isn't. This middle-aged man was also very aggressive. His aura didn't decrease as he dashed forward, jumping up and down and landing on the fighting platform. Just as everyone was waiting in anticipation to see if an extremely earth-shattering event was about to erupt, the other party landed in front of Hayden and bent down to pick him up. What a ruthless brat! Today's matter isn't over. Then he looked at Zi-Chen coldly, leaving behind some harsh words. He turned around and jumped down from the fighting platform, disappearing into the distance after a few leaps. Sighs arose everywhere. Apparently, the High family had made a big noise, but they didn't dare to do anything to the people of the craftsman house. In the sky, the thunder gate disappeared. The fierce aura of the fire Qilin also vanished. The oppressive aura in the surroundings disappeared. The battle was over. Zi-Chun walked to the carriage. Sighs arose unceasingly. Of course, the onlookers didn't mind the commotion. They just hoped that there would be a force that could challenge the craftsman house. If that happened, perhaps the structure of the City of God would change. Unfortunately, they didn't get to see it. Zi-Chen left. Today, when he fought Haideng, he had done something to intimidate. An injury like Haideng's couldn't be healed in a short time. As for the effect of this intimidation, it would depend on whether someone would come to challenge him the next day. In Zi-Chen's expectation, even if this group of people didn't know what was good for them, with his battle record against Haideng, no one would dare to challenge him for a few days. However, he didn't expect that Zi Chen would receive a challenge the next day. It was also a challenge from a level 5. Zi Chen was a little surprised, so he went to the fighting platform without hesitation. Under the witness of many onlookers, Zi Chen used almost the same amount of time to completely defeat his opponent. All the bones in his body were shattered, and the degree of shattering was much more serious than Haideng's. Only his head was left intact. After the battle on the second day, Zi Chen didn't say anything more and walked down from the fighting platform directly. The people of the other party's family seemed to have learned their lesson from yesterday and didn't go berserk, because the result of going berserk would only be to humiliate themselves. On the third day, another challenge came. Zi Chen went up to the fighting platform. This time he didn't go all out immediately. Instead, he used an invincible divine art that he hadn't used for many years. The level 5 young master's face was quickly beaten until it was swollen. It was impossible to recognize his original face. His opponent's mouth, full of teeth, rolled around the platform, followed by the sound of bones breaking. In the end, Zi Chen shattered all the bones in his body. Compared to yesterday, his face was even more humiliated. His face was swollen like a pig's head. However, on the fourth day, there were still people who came up to challenge him. Zi Chen didn't believe that his methods didn't have the slightest effect. The only possibility was that someone was secretly manipulating the situation. Zi Chen guessed that they wanted to test his strength. As for why they didn't send a level 6, it was obvious from the attitude of Lei Ming and the Fire Qilin. No one dared to use their level to suppress Zi Chen. As for when this test would end, Zi Chen didn't know. Zi Chen fought around every day, and he would beat his opponents very badly. His name quickly spread throughout the entire City of Gods, and the evaluation of Zi Chen's battle prowess also appeared. Speed was the most important factor, followed closely by strength. Chapter 2365. Zi Chen's opponent was a young man. In fact, he had been challenging young men all this time, but this one was different. He didn't actually send out a letter of challenge. He only sent a servant to inform Zi Chen that there would be a battle and that his young master was already waiting there. Of course, it was impossible for Zi Chen to participate with such a simple sentence. The servant then said that if he continued to win after this battle, no one in the City of God would dare to challenge Zi Chen again. This indicated that this would be the last battle. And so Zi Chen came. Even when Zi Chen stepped onto the stage, the crowd was still in an uproar, and there was a clamor of discussion, because no one knew which faction this young man was from, and no one knew who he was. "I thought you wouldn't dare to come," the young man said calmly when he saw Zi Chen step onto the stage. As soon as he said this, the noisy crowd fell silent. So far, Zi Chen had fought more than 10 battles, and he had completely defeated his opponent in every battle. During this time, he had defeated several extremely famous existences, and each one of them was more miserable than the last. Although they hated Zi Chen, they couldn't help but admit that Zi Chen was one of the best of his level. They were all at the 5th level, so it was impossible for anyone to defeat Zi Chen. And since this person dared to challenge him, it was impossible that he didn't know about Zi Chen's battle record. But now he dared to speak like this. Was it confidence or arrogance? "I've already fought so many battles. I don't care about this last one," Zi Chen replied calmly. "Don't compare me to those trash. Today, I will announce that if you defeat me, no one in the City of God will ever challenge you again. If anyone challenges you, they will be dealt with by me. Of course, the prerequisite is that you can defeat me." This one sentence represented the entire City of God. How arrogant was this? The crowd was silent and no one spoke. In the past few days, even though they knew that Zi Chen was very strong, there were still people who recklessly stepped up to be beaten up. This was enough to explain many things. "So, you're the one who wants to test me?" Zi Chen narrowed his eyes as he looked at the other man. "Were you the one who arranged for those people to come to you and get beaten up?" The young man sneered and said, If I want to deal with you, I won't bother to play tricks. The conversation came to an end here. Whether he was truly strong or just arrogant, it would soon be revealed. Should we start the battle now, or should we wait for you to rest for a while? The young man asked Zichen. Let's begin. After saying that, Zichen rushed forward. Opposite him, the young man also moved in an instant. Just a moment ago, the two of them were still talking casually, but in the next moment, they used their full strength to attack. The fluctuations were extremely intense. The movements of the two were surprisingly similar. They were both charging forward and punching out. Their fists were shining with a strong light. This was a pure head-on clash. In the past few days, the spectators outside the battlefield had seen many people clash head-on with Zichen. Very few were able to last more than 2 moves. Most of the time, they would have their arms broken by Zichen in one move. Then, they would be beaten up one-sidedly until the end of the battle. Boom! When the 2 fists collided, a powerful force exploded in an instant. A ripple of energy spread out in all directions with the 2 of them as the center. In the strong collision, the young man's arm was not broken by Zichen. He was only pushed back a few steps. As for Zichen, he was also pushed back by this punch. The 2 of them were actually evenly matched. Seeing this scene, the spectators widened their eyes in disbelief. It seemed that this was the first time such a situation had happened since Zichen had fought. Swoosh! Zichen's figure flashed and rushed forward again. He punched out again, lightning flashing. The young man was not to be outdone. He tapped his foot on the ground and moved forward in a straight line. Bang! Bang! Muffled sounds of collisions rang out on the battlefield. The 2 of them were constantly exchanging blows, their figures constantly changing. This was a pure head-on attack. There was nothing fancy about it. It was a competition of strength and the strength of the physical body. Zichen's relaxed expression gradually became serious as the battle continued. If his opponent was the person behind the scenes, Zichen believed that he would not be that strong. However, that was not the case at the moment. He had never met anyone at the same level whose physical strength was comparable to his. But now he met one. His opponent's arrogance clearly had something to rely on. In fact, Zichen did not know that there was indeed someone behind the scenes who was very wary of Zichen. That was why he was probing him. However, he was stopped by the person in front of him. He knew that it was useless. No matter how long he probed, without a strong combat strength, everything would be in vain. There was nothing wrong with knowing one's enemy, but the prerequisite was that one had to have the strength to fight back. Which family's disciple is this? How could he be so strong? His physical strength is comparable to Zichen's. He should be an extraordinary existence. How come I have never seen him before? Looking at the 2 of them who were equally matched on the battlefield, the spectators began to discuss. Of course, to be able to suppress Zichen, who had always been arrogant, they were still very happy. To be able to fight against a heaven-defying cultivator's physical body, it seems that this guy has a strong background. Lei Ming glanced at the battlefield, then turned his head and looked into the depths of the City of Gods. There was a tall building there. To many people in the City of Gods, that was a forbidden area. The building separated the entire City of Gods. The noble people all lived in the forbidden area, while the ordinary people lived outside. Although Lei Ming had been there many times, he still did not know much about that place. It was a mysterious forbidden area within the city. At that moment, he sensed something and turned his head. He saw a middle-aged man standing in the crowd. There were many people around him, who were all there to join in the fun. However, Lei Ming saw him immediately. He was the kind of person who attracted people wherever he went, and Lei Ming knew him. The man also sensed it. He turned his head and looked at Lei Ming. He smiled faintly at him and continued to watch the battle. So he really is from there. Lei Ming's expression changed slightly. He seemed to be thinking about something and did not have time to watch the battle. As for the fire Qilin beside him, it did not say anything. It was just watching. Of course, there was still some surprise in its eyes. Boom! On the battle platform, there was a strong energy fluctuation. The two of them both retreated. This time, the two of them did not continue to move forward. Instead, they stared at each other. Zichen looked serious. This was an opponent who was not inferior to him in terms of physical body and strength. He had met a real opponent in the same level. I say, it's meaningless to continue probing. I'm not like those useless people. Show me what you've got. The young man looked at Zichen and said, "Whoosh!" Lightning flashed on Zichen's body, and he disappeared from his original spot. Then he appeared beside the young man as if he had teleported. He slapped at the young man's head. The corners of the young man's mouth curled up into a smile. With a flash of his body, he disappeared from the spot as well. Then the two of them appeared in different places like two beams of light. The two of them changed their bodies so quickly that the audience was dazzled. The 9 bolts of lightning. That's the Lightning Clan's extreme speed, the 9 bolts of lightning. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the crowd. This voice successfully caused an uproar. The spectators present had lived for tens of thousands of years. Each of them was a famous figure in the outside world. It was impossible for them not to have heard of the 9 bolts of lightning. That was the real extreme speed. It was recognized as the fastest speed in all the worlds. It was the first and only one, not one of the fastest. In the previous battles, Zichen was also very fast, but obviously not as fast as this one. The fact that the young man could force Zichen to use his extreme speed this time was enough to prove that he was extraordinary. The crowd was in an uproar, but soon after, a shocking scene appeared. They saw that the publicly recognized fastest person in the world didn't help Zichen gain the upper hand. Just as Zichen changed his body, the young man was not to be outdone. He kept flashing and changing his direction. What kind of speed is that? How can it be compared to the world extreme speed? Isn't the world extreme speed the best in the world? What's going on? What a fast speed. It's not inferior to the world extreme speed at all. After seeing the world extreme speed, the crowd was already in an uproar. Then they saw another footwork that was not inferior to the world extreme speed. It is said that there is a footwork called the Fleetfoot Stride that is comparable to the world extreme speed, but it was created by God, and it is said that only God can use it. Just as the crowd was puzzled, an old voice suddenly sounded in the crowd. The old man had lived in this world for a long time and remembered many things clearly, so he recalled it at this moment. Then several similar voices sounded, and more people said that this technique was unearthed. After that, the uproar disappeared and the scene was silent. Everyone looked at the battlefield in a daze, guessing in their hearts. Could it be that the other party was God? God is not that weak. That is the Fleetfoot Stride, but it was obtained through other means. It seems that his body is comparable to Zichen's because he refined the divine blood. This time they came prepared. He looked back at Lei Ming and snorted. There was no joy on his face. The world extreme speed is just SOSO. The young man's disdainful voice sounded in the fighting ring. His body flickered a few times and he easily got rid of Zichen. God's wrath. He quickly retreated to the edge of the fighting ring. He looked at Zichen and shouted in a low voice. His face was full of majestic anger. In the sky, the void distorted and a blurry face appeared. It was vast and majestic. Chapter 2366. A thunderous rumble shook the 9th heaven, reverberating in the entire city of God. An indescribable energy appeared above Zichen's head. The space there began to distort, and a door that flashed with the light of lightning appeared from within. It was a door of lightning. It was simple and ancient, and there were countless snakes of lightning swimming around its surface. It faced the strange face from a distance, both emitting intimidating pressure. They looked at each other with hostility. The face was the god's wrath, which represented the wrath of the God clan. The thunderbolt door represented the Thunder clan, which was a powerful technique of the Life Star. At the moment the two techniques were displayed, It stirred up a big commotion in the entire city of God. The beast ancestor, guarding outside the craftsman house, revealed his real body from the statue. He turned his head to look at the battlefield, his eyes filled with nostalgia. In their glorious era, a similar scene had happened. It was the collision between the thunderbolt and the god's wrath. It was also the critical moment of the life or death of the Life Star. It seemed like every time the battle between the God Clan and the God Clan broke out, it was the most dangerous moment of the Life Star. It was the moment of life or death. And at that time, they won and the god's wrath vanished. Then they stepped on the road of revenge. Inexplicably, they arrived in this world and couldn't return. In the craftsman house, experts lifted their heads one after another. Their eyes seemed to pierce through space to see the sparkling thunderbolt door and the cold, imposing face. The craftsman ancestor walked out of his room, lifting his head to look at the sky. His eyes were filled with nostalgia and emotions. Who could still remember the scene of a high-spirited existence holding a hammer and smashing the strange face into pieces? The one who defies the natural order always defies the natural order. The collision with the God Clan's technique this time. Does it mean that the pattern will change? He mumbled to himself. However, he didn't seem to be worried about Ziqin. Not only the craftsman ancestor, but the beast ancestors in the craftsman house also didn't seem to be worried about Ziqin. He was Ziqin from the Life Star. He had to win. He was a member of the Thunder Clan. After so many years of fighting, the Thunderbolt Ninth Heaven had to win. He was the one who defied the natural order of the Life Star. He was known as the strongest existence on the Life Star. He had to win. He had no reason to lose, so he could only win. A powerful aura was wreaking havoc on the fighting stage. Lightning surged on the lightning gate, and the sound of thunder was deafening. His face became clearer and clearer, and the expression on his face became more and more lifelike and cold. He was the first to give a cold snort. A strange power surged towards Ziqin. That power was similar to a sound wave. It was a physical attack that could be seen with the naked eye, but it was much stronger than a sound wave. However, Ziqin knew very well that this was not a sound wave, but a type of law that he had never encountered before. These rules had a will to destroy. It was as though they wanted to destroy Ziqin by force at this moment. Ziqin began to bleed from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were resolute as he shouted, "Thunder fall!" As if it had heard Ziqin's call, the lightning gate suddenly erupted with an even more dazzling light. Then the lightning gate opened wide, and a small beast that was almost 2 meters long crawled out from it. It was a small beast with lightning radiating from its entire body. It had a lightning horn on its forehead. It was the thunder beast that only the Thunder Tribe had. Some were strong and some were weak. It was a common kind that belonged to the Thunder Tribe. This kind of thunder beast wasn't strong, and it shouldn't have appeared in Ziqin's lightning gate. Because Ziqin was the one who defied the natural order, he was a strong existence. How could there be such a weak existence in his thunderclap, Ninth Heaven? Normally, when the lightning gate appeared, it would be an existence at the level of the Thunder Dragon. Even if it was a thunder beast, it should be a powerful mutated one. Only that kind of thunder beast could match Ziqin's lightning gate's first sky. How could it be? As a member of the Thunder Tribe, Lei Ming could not understand the situation in front of him. The appearance of the thunder beast in the first layer of heaven would greatly reduce the power of the 9th layer of heaven. With such an unforeseen event happening in this battle, Ziqin might lose. Ziqin, who was in the middle of the battlefield, didn't think too much. With a low shout, the lightning gate opened and the thunder beast came out. He didn't feel the strength of the thunder beast. Instead, he felt that the thunder beast was very friendly. There was a spiritual light in its eyes, as if it had met its master. It looked at Ziqin affectionately. Ziqin raised his head and nodded at the thunder beast. The thunder beast nodded and then let out a soft cry. Its front paws stepped on the void and rushed towards the face. The eyebrows on the face became clear. It seemed to be frowning, and anger appeared on its face. God's wrath. The thunder beast that was rushing forward suddenly swayed, as if it had suffered some kind of strong impact. The light on its body dimmed. However, its eyes were very bright, and it didn't stop at all when it collided with the face. Boom! The thunder beast exploded and turned into pure thunder power. Like a thunder cloud, it spread out in all directions and shrouded the face in it. Under the raging thunder, the face trembled in midair, as if it was about to be destroyed. Its facial features began to distort. How is this possible? Seeing such a scene, Lei Ming's face revealed a touch of disbelief. According to the status of the Thunder Beast in the Thunder Clan, it shouldn't be so strong. Not to mention an ordinary Thunder Beast. Even a mutated Thunder Beast wouldn't have such strong destructive power. On the battle stage, the young man formed a seal with his hands, and a burst of energy rushed to the sky. The distorted face became clear again, and the surrounding power of thunder and lightning began to dissipate. Lightning Gate, open! Zi Chen's voice sounded again. Another lightning gate appeared in the middle of the lightning gate, which represented the gate of the second heaven in space-time. That lightning gate opened, and an oppressive aura swept out from the gate. A small deer with flashes of thunder and lightning around its body appeared from the lightning gate. Thunder Spirit Deer? Lei Ming's expression became very strange when he saw the thunder and lightning creature that appeared from the second gate. This Thunder Spirit Deer was much rarer than the previous Thunder Beast. However, in the Thunder Clan, it wasn't good at attacking. In fact, its attacking power was at the bottom of the Thunder Clan. When the Thunder Clan was prosperous, the Thunder Spirit Deer was actually raised as a lucky spirit beast. Most girls like to use them as mounts. However, this 1-meter-long Thunder Spirit Deer was obviously still in its infancy. It could only be used as a playmate. It wasn't even qualified to be a mount. Such a small existence that could only be used as a playmate, how much fighting power could it have? Moreover, it occupied the second heaven of the lightning gate. Seeing this deer, a smile appeared on Zi Chen's face. In his heart, he thought that Meng Yao and the others would be very happy after seeing this. As for its fighting power, he didn't care about it because he couldn't perceive it. The only feeling he had was that this Thunder Spirit Deer was amiable. This Thunder Spirit Deer looked up to the sky and neighed. Then it came down, not to fight with the face, but to Zichen. It cheerfully circled around Zichen, sprinkling thunder and lightning along the way. It was like a very cute deer circling around its master. Outside the battlefield, everyone was dumbfounded. They felt that this Thunder Spirit Deer had no fighting power at all. At this moment, they saw the Thunder Spirit Deer gently rubbing its head against Zi Chen's arm. Then, like an arrow leaving the bow, it rushed towards the face. During this time, there were ripples of laws attacking the Thunder Spirit Deer. Every time it rushed forward, the Thunder Spirit Deer's spiritual light would become dimmer. However, the attack that was said to contain the god's law still couldn't kill this deer. The deer came in front of the face, and its antlers fiercely hit the face. Boom! The deer turned into thunder and lightning and exploded. Boundless thunder and lightning continued to wreak havoc. The face that had just stabilized began to distort again. The young man, who was originally calm, had an obvious change in expression at this moment. No matter how he looked at it, the Thunder Spirit Deer didn't seem to have such terrifying power. Not to mention the other party, even Lei Ming, as a member of the Thunder Clan, didn't understand what was going on. It was obviously a very weak existence. How could it show such great power? Lightning Gate, open! On the battle platform, Zi Chen's cold voice resounded again. His words reverberated in the sky. The gate to the third heaven opened. Thunder and lightning scattered, and the atmosphere on the battlefield became more and more oppressive. A strange beast with lightning scales all over its body walked out of the lightning gate. Compared to the previous two creatures, this one was undoubtedly more ferocious. There were sharp barbs on the scales of its limbs, Thunder and lightning constantly flashed, and it was full of majesty. It was very similar to a tiger-like creature, but it looked more ferocious than a tiger-like creature. Thunder Spirit Beast. This is the Thunder Spirit Beast. Lei Ming's expression was undoubtedly strange. Although this creature was somewhat famous in the Thunder Clan, it was far from being comparable to the Thunder Dragon. It was still considered a weak existence. Of course, it was indeed stronger than the previous two creatures. It was said that the Thunder Spirit Beast was the grown-up version of the Thunder Dragon, but it had never been confirmed. The Thunder Spirit Beast glanced at Ziqin. A rare touch of gentleness appeared in its ferocious eyes. Then it stepped in the air and rushed towards the face that had just stabilized. Destroy! The face, which was facing the Thunder Spirit Beast, finally opened its mouth and said a word. It was as if his words were law. He drove the might of the rules and went straight for the Thunder Spirit Beast. Bang! The Thunder Spirit Beast's body dissipated directly as if it had been destroyed by the rules. Lei Ming sighed. As expected, this Thunder Spirit Beast was too weak. It couldn't do anything to the god's wrath. Whoosh! However, at this moment the void shook. Thunder and lightning flashed, and the Thunder Spirit Beast that had just dissipated reassembled. After reassembling, the light on its body became dimmer than before. Then it turned into a flowing light and rushed towards the face amidst the exclamations of many people. Boom! The Thunder Spirit Beast exploded, forming an even more terrifying thunderstorm that raged on the face of the god. Chapter 2367. The god's wrath that had already taken form represented the face of God and the laws of God. Its power was much stronger than before. Facing this violent energy, it frowned. More power of laws appeared, dispersing the violent lightning energy. Around the face, the power of lightning was completely dispersed, and the face reappeared. But if one looked closely, they would find that the space around the face was no longer stable, and the face was also trembling slightly. Thunder Gate, open. The cold voice once again resounded through the world. The Thunder Gate that could open the 9 heavens was now opened to the 4th heaven. An oppressive aura swept through the field, like a violent lightning storm wreaking havoc. Facing this oppressive aura, the young man's body surged with energy light. This light corresponded with the god's wrath in the sky. What walked out from the Thunder Gate of the 4th heaven was a creature with lightning and fire around its body. It was a combination of lightning and fire, and it emitted a blazing and violent aura. It was impossible to see its appearance clearly. Only a pair of bright eyes could be seen, telling the story of its brutality. This is the legendary Thunder Fire Beast. I didn't expect it to actually exist. The moment Lei Ming saw the creature, his expression changed. Thunderclap, 9th heaven, opened the 9th heaven gate and summoned lightning creatures to battle. But under normal circumstances, these lightning creatures would appear according to their own will. They represented the will of an individual, and they were usually stronger than the previous one. For example, if the 1st heaven was a thunder dragon, then the 2nd heaven would be a 2-headed dragon or a 3-headed dragon and other powerful creatures. But in the entire Thunder Clan, only the Thunder Dragon was real. Whether it was the 2-headed dragon or the 3-headed dragon, they were not real. They were the products of imagination. And the creatures that Ziqin summoned were undoubtedly real. They also had a common characteristic, and that was that they all belonged to the Thunder Clan. In other words, in the entire world, only the Thunder Clan had them. Lei Ming was an ancient existence of the Thunder Clan, but he had never seen a Thunder Fire Beast. This was because it was said to have gone extinct many years ago, and only legends were passed down. And today he saw a Thunder Fire Beast. This was a powerful species. It was said that it could even fight against the Thunder Dragon back in the day. When the Thunder Fire Beast appeared, it also lowered its head to look at Ziqin. Within those bright, merciless, cruel eyes, there seemed to be a trace of gentleness. After that, it became brutal once more, and with a sky full of thunder and fire, it went straight for the face. Divine destruction. His face trembled slightly as he uttered these two words, which transformed into a strange destructive force that shot toward the thunder fire beast. Roar! The charging thunder fire beast suddenly roared towards the sky. Endless thunder fire spewed out from its body, forming a cloud of thunder and fire to protect its body. The clouds of thunder and fire quickly dissipated, and the thunder fire beast charged forward. The moment the thunder fire cloud dissipated, the thunder fire beast arrived in front of the face. Boom! The thunder fire beast exploded, and a large cloud of thunder fire appeared in the sky, spreading into the distance. The sky was filled with violent thunder and fire, and the rumbling sound resounded throughout the world. Thunder Gate, open. Amidst the rolling thunder, Zi-Chen's voice was clearly heard. His voice was unusually cold. Above his head, the Thunder Gate flashed with a dazzling light. Following that, the door to the fifth heaven was about to open. However, after a few flashes, the door to the fifth heaven suddenly disappeared, and at the same time, the entire Thunder Gate disappeared. Puff! When the Thunder Gate disappeared, Zi-Chen suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, which spilled onto the fighting platform. This was the first time in so many battles that Zi-Chen had spilled blood on the fighting platform. Seeing this, the spectators felt a wave of excitement in their hearts. How could this be? Lei Ming looked at the fighting platform in disbelief. The thunderclap, ninth heaven, was actually interrupted midway. This was somewhat illogical. He looked at Zi-Chen and found that after coughing up blood, there were no other injuries on his body. Only then did he feel relieved. In his heart, he guessed that Zi-Chen's situation might be due to the fact that he was unable to summon other creatures because of his cultivation level. After all, Zi-Chen had already summoned 4 types of creatures exclusive to the Thunder Clan, and their power was far beyond that of ordinary existences. Seeing Zi-Chen coughing up blood, the spectators were very excited. At this point in the battle, Zi-Chen was finally unable to be arrogant. At this moment, as long as the face withstood the havoc of the thunderfire cloud, as long as it appeared again, it would definitely be able to teach Zi-Chen a very big lesson. The idea was beautiful, but the result was cruel. Not long after Zi-Chen coughed up blood, the young man also coughed up blood. His face suddenly turned pale, and the energy radiance on his body also dimmed. Above his head, the crazily distorted face in the thunderfire cloud could not withstand the havoc of the thunderfire cloud in the end and directly dissipated. The outcome of this battle was already clear. Zi-Chen was just unable to summon a more powerful attack, but the thunderfire beast had destroyed God's fury, so it could be considered a victory. However, the spectators at the scene did not think so. They felt that this battle was a draw. How could God's fury be destroyed by a mortal? It was just that the young man had used up too much energy and could not hold on any longer. Moreover, to be honest, the other party had lasted longer than Zi-Chen. The battle between God's fury and the thunderclap ninth heaven had ended, but the outcome of the battle between the two on the battle stage had yet to be determined. A sword appeared in the young man's hand. There were barbs on the body of the sword, flashing with a cold light. In Zi-Chen's hand, the broken saber was unsheathed. With a flash of the saber, he was already in front of the young man. Clang! As the weapons collided, clanging sounds were constantly heard. The two figures were constantly flashing. Waves of energy, ripples spread out in all directions as the two collided. This was an evenly matched battle. Neither side could do anything to the other. This was also a collision between the Thunderfire Nine Deaths and the Fleetfoot Stride. It was a confrontation on another level. With a flash of brilliance, Zi-Chen retreated. He did not continue to attack. Instead, he stared at the young man opposite him. The other party's Fleetfoot Stride surprised him, but this was not his ultimate speed. However, Zi-Chen could also see that the other party was actually holding back at this moment. Zi-Chen did not use the heavenly thunder wings. In his sharp senses, Even if he used the heavenly thunder wings, he would not be able to secure victory. This was a tough opponent that he had never met before. Swoosh! The young man tapped his foot and rushed forward again. On the long sword, cold light was overflowing. He stabbed straight at Lin Huang at lightning speed. In Zichen's hand, the saber flashed. It was also the extreme slash. When it collided with the long sword, clanging sounds were heard. As the saber and the sword collided, Zichen and the young man looked at each other coldly. Then they suddenly exerted their strength. The saber and sword exploded with a strong light. The two of them quickly retreated. Extreme slash. Cross slash technique. Triple slash. In an instant, Zichen made 3 moves. They were all saber techniques that came with the broken saber. They were very sharp. Looking ahead, the young man was not to be outdone. He also made 3 mysterious moves. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The two of them in the field had no doubt displayed their real powers. People watching were shaken. This kind of fighting competence had surpassed level 5. Even some level 6 existences couldn't resist it. Since they had guessed the young man's origin, they thought highly of him. At this moment, seeing that Zichen and the young man were neck and neck, they couldn't believe it. This was the difference between a mortal and a god. However, at this moment, Zichen was neck and neck with him. The eye-catching man in the crowd calmly looked ahead. A gleam of surprise flashed in his eyes. This existence from the life star could fight evenly with his fellows. Sure, Yen had to admit that this was a man with great potential. Once he grew up, he would be a big trouble to them. Just like the trouble that year, he had almost pierced the sky. However, that incident was uncontrollable. Apparently, the situation in front of them was under control. Because Zichen was still weak. He wasn't strong enough yet. Don't dawdle. It's time to end this. Looking at the battle in the field, the man muttered. On the fighting ring, the young man seemed to hear his whisper. After one round of confrontation, he kept retreating, increasing the distance between him and Zichen. As the distance between the two of them increased, the young man's gaze towards Zichen became cold and stern. The surging light of energy on his body suddenly changed. It changed from the previous bright light to the current black light. Inside that black light there was a strong aura. This aura was similar to the god's fury. It contained principles. Is this the god's aura? Although it's not pure, how could he have it? Lei Ming looked at the battlefield, frowning. A gleam of surprise crossed his eyes. He looked at Zichen worriedly. The competence that Zichen had shown was strong enough. He could be the strongest among the warriors at the same level. Even this existence from the city within the city couldn't do anything to him. If the two of them fought, they would be neck and neck. However, he didn't expect that the young man would use the god's aura at this moment. This aura might not be strong in the outside world, but in the world of gods, it was like fighting on home ground. The power of the god's aura would be greatly enhanced. This was why the young man could fight Zichen to a draw. If they were in the outside world, Zichen's combat power alone would be enough to defeat the young man. However, now that he had the god's aura, the situation might change. The young man looked at Zichen coldly. Zichen, it's time for the battle to end. The god's aura was activated. A terrifying might spread out, bringing with it an extremely oppressive aura. Outside the battlefield, the people nearby all had the urge to kowtow at this moment. They knew that this was the final confrontation, so they all started to retreat. At this moment, the aura coming from the young man was undoubtedly very dangerous. Zichen knew that he could only use his last resort. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would really die here today. Therefore, the light of energy released from his body suddenly retracted. Chapter 2368. Gold and silver light flashed around Zichen, each occupying half of his body. At the same time, Zichen's black eyes became one gold and one silver. As the energy changed, Zichen's body released an even stronger and more violent aura. This aura confronted the aura around the young man. The divine aura seemed to slow down slightly in the face of the yin and yang lightning, as if it was being suppressed. When the audience saw this, they were all dumbfounded. Or rather, they were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. This was because the current Zi-Qin seemed a little too strange. This is the dual attributes of yin and yang. Lei Ming, who had been worried, was shocked when he saw the changes in Zi-Chen's body. Similarly, the man in the crowd was also moved. His indifferent expression finally changed at this moment. He appeared to be very surprised, very shocked. He even blinked a few times, thinking that he was hallucinating. There was a deathly silence outside the arena. Everyone was stunned. At this moment, Zi-Chen, who had displayed the fusion of yin and yang energy, brought great shock to the audience. No one looked at the young man who had been favored by the god race. No one paid attention to him. Everyone's eyes were on Zi-Chen, and their expressions changed drastically. He had only summoned his energy and hadn't fought yet. Logically speaking, no one should be so sensitive or exaggerated, but that was the case. However, the reason they had such a big reaction wasn't because of Zi-Chen, but because of the two energies. Many years ago, an existence similar to this had come to the City of God, and then the City of God had fallen into chaos. That chaos had caused a great shock, and even led to an uncontrollable war. If the God race hadn't intervened in the end, that war would have affected many people. Perhaps the total population of the City of God would have been reduced by 1/10. But even after many years, those who had seen that war still couldn't forget what had happened. At the same time, they couldn't forget the extreme destructive power brought about by these two opposite energies. Although the energy Zi-Chen was displaying was not the same as that person's, the aura was very similar. He was obviously that person's successor. How could this be? Not only did the man's expression change, but even Lei Ming had the same expression on his face. This was simply unbelievable. The heaven-defying Zi-Chen actually possessed two types of energy. It's Wu Ji's ridiculous theory. I didn't expect it to come true. Yin and yang energy in one body, not yin and yang doppelgangers. This little kid Zi-Chen is really impressive. This is something that even the Wu Ji Jr. couldn't do. I really didn't expect this little kid to have hidden his strength so deeply. He only revealed his final trump card now. At the same time, many similar sighs could be heard in the craft's manner. From their words, it was not hard to tell that they were shocked by Zi-Chen. At the same time, when they mentioned Wuji's name, it was clear that they valued this junior a lot. It's the same situation as Limitless. It seems even more special than Wuji. Is the City of God going to fall into chaos again? The previous Wuji almost messed up the City of God. I didn't expect such a special one to appear. Luckily, he's not as strong as Wuji back then. In other parts of the City of Gods, similar noises could be heard. This is fate. The craftsman ancestor looked up at the sky with an inexplicable smile. On the battle stage, Zi-Chan did not know that after using two types of extreme energy, he had caused a huge commotion in the city. He was ready to go all out. Whoosh! He tapped his foot and charged forward. The broken saber in his hand drew an arc. The young man's rule of God surged as he charged at Zi-Chan with his sword. Clang! The saber and sword collided. Yin and yang energy converged and clashed head-on with the rule of God. The evenly matched scene did not continue. The yin and yang energy released a destructive aura at the same time and forcefully destroyed the rule of God. The young man's expression changed drastically, and he began to retreat. Whoosh! Zi-Chen's figure flashed as he transformed into yin and yang light and pursued. Compared to before, Zi-Chen's speed was much faster. The young man, who had also used the Fleetfoot stride, was also faster because of the rule of God. However, this time he no longer had a relaxed smile on his face. He could no longer mock Zi-Chen's 9 lightning strikes. This was because Zi-Chen's speed was slightly faster than his. Whoosh! Zi-Chen was even faster than the young man. He stood where the young man was about to appear and slashed his saber across the void. The young man had just appeared when he was hit by the saber. He panicked and used his sword to block. Clang! Zichen's figure flashed again and disappeared. Then the black saber swept across the void. The young man had just appeared when the saber landed on his body, leaving a wound on his abdomen. Poof! Poof! The saber flashed quickly and clanged continuously. Halfway through, the sound of the saber slicing flesh could be heard. With the support of the yin and yang energy, Zichen had improved greatly in all aspects. He was now very powerful. Wherever the saber passed, the young man cried out in pain. Hearing this, the faces of the people outside the field turned ugly. It was very similar to the scene in the past. Wuji, who had displayed different attributes, had come here as if there was no one around. Today, even in existence with the rule of God, could not suppress him. The saber was still flashing and landing on the young man. The rule of God light on the young man's body was constantly being extinguished. His face was filled with pain and anger. However, at this moment, he could not do anything to Zichen. Zichen was like a beam of gold and silver light that revolved around the young man. Whoosh! As the dazzling light flashed, Zichen appeared behind the young man. He stood there without moving. Blood dripped from the broken saber. His body shone with two colors and was surrounded by gold and silver lightning. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. His breathing became rapid. There were two obvious wounds on his body, but they were not serious. Behind him, the young man was also standing. The long sword in his hand was dripping blood. There were many tears on his robe. From the tears, one could see the saber marks on his skin. There was complete silence outside the arena. At this moment, the outcome was clear. Zichen was injured. Lightly injured. The young man was also injured. Seriously injured. The blood on his long sword was not Zichen's. It was from his arm. It was his own blood. Zichen, who had displayed the yin and yang energy, had extraordinary combat strength. Seeing his performance today, the crowd had an illusion that Wuji had returned. Zichen had won. Everyone was shocked, and they all looked worried. "You lost. Remember what you said," Zichen said coldly. The broken saber in his hand slowly returned to its scabbard. The young man loosened his grip on the long sword, and it fell on the fighting ring. He spat out blood. His vision turned black, and he fell backward. In the crowd, the man leaped into the air. Like a black light, he landed on the fighting ring and left with the young man. The other party's speed was so fast that Zichen couldn't see the other party's face clearly. The people who were watching the battle also had very surprised expressions on their faces. He won. Such a heaven-defying person is really scary. Lei Ming, who was in the carriage, muttered to himself. He had a gratified smile on his face. The Fire Kirin, who was pulling the carriage, nodded in agreement. Zichen walked down the fighting ring. Everywhere he passed, there was silence. Everyone consciously made way for him. At this moment, there was an obvious trace of fear in their eyes as they looked at Zichen. "Well done." Lei Ming smiled at Zichen when he reached the carriage. Zichen nodded with a smile and got into the carriage. After that, the news of the Wuji successor's arrival in this world was immediately spread. Along the way, Lei Ming did not ask Zichen how he managed to merge the yin and yang energies. He did not mention a word about the previous battle. He just closed his eyes and rested. "Looks like I'll have to ask him to make a trip there." The craftsman ancestor retracted his gaze from the sky with a smile on his face. When Zichen returned to the craftsman manor, he realized that the two beast ancestors had revealed their true forms. They were staring at him with an inexplicable look in their eyes. He quickly got out of the carriage and bowed to the two beast ancestors. "Little guy, well done," Longhu's sovereign said in a low, muffled voice. His eyes were full of praise. "Thank you." Zichen thanked him and entered the craftsman manor. After entering the craftsman manor, he realized that the other beast ancestors were looking at him differently. Could it be because I won this battle? Zichen couldn't help but guess. After returning to the craftsman manor, no one came to challenge him on the second day. Similarly, no one came to challenge him on the third day. It seemed that the young man was right. On the fourth day, Lei Ming, who had not appeared, came to look for Zichen. "Come, follow me to a place." Lei Ming came to Zichen's room with a lunchbox in his hand. "Where are we going? What are you holding?" Zichen followed him out and looked at Lei Ming with a puzzled look. "This is a lunchbox. There's some food inside. Let's go." Lei Ming handed the lunchbox to Zichen and walked straight ahead. Zichen followed behind him with a puzzled look. He felt that Lei Ming was a little mysterious today. When they arrived outside the craftsman manor, the carriage pulled by the fire Qilin was already waiting. The two got on the carriage and headed towards the center of the City of Gods. "See that? We're going there today." Lei Ming pointed at the towering city wall through the window. "A city within a city? Why are we going there?" Zichen was astonished. Of course, he knew about the existence of a city within a city. Yi Qian lived there. Chapter 2369. The fire Qilin pulled the carriage and headed towards the city within the city. Along the way, there were naturally many people who cast sidelong glances at the carriage from the craftsman's manor. They seemed very curious. Are we going to deliver food to people? Are we going to deliver food to people in the city within the city? Zichen looked at Lei Ming in confusion. One had to know that those who lived in the city were all existences related to the gods. Zichen wasn't sure if such existences ate in this world. But he knew that even if they ate, they wouldn't care about the things from the craftsman's manor. Lei Ming, who was resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and looked at Zichen. If you don't have some special connections, it's impossible to enter the city within the city. I've been here for so long, but I can only reach the outer area. Unless your godlike girlfriend is willing to help, no one has the right to enter. Then, who are we delivering food to? Zichen asked, confused. At this moment, the fire Qilin stopped. An indifferent voice came from outside. "Who dares to trespass into the city of gods?" Lei Ming pulled open the curtain and looked outside. Zichen also lowered his head. Through the curtain, he saw two armored guards appear in front of the fire Qilin. Even though they were separated by the carriage, Zichen could still feel an oppressive aura. It was obvious that these two guards had great power. This power would far surpass the power that Zichen currently possessed. Lei Ming held a shining token in his hand. There were words engraved on it. This was a special entry token. It should lead to the City of Gods. The guards in armor glanced at them and nodded indifferently. Then they moved to the sides and made way for them. After a long and dark corridor, Zichen's eyes lit up. They had finally arrived at the mysterious city within the city. However, the fire Qilin didn't move forward. Instead, it took a detour and walked towards a remote place. There was a huge black castle. There was still a distance from the castle, but there was an inexplicable pressure coming from it. This pressure made even Zichen, who had been on the battlefield for a long time, feel an inexplicable sense of panic. Lei Ming pulled open the curtain and pointed at the black castle. "That's the City of Gods prison. The only prison in the City of Gods. There's a prison here." Zichen was in disbelief. Could it be that there are still people who committed crimes in the City of God and were imprisoned here? Lei Ming nodded and said, "If you stay in the City of God for a long time, all sorts of things will happen. However, ordinary people did not have the qualifications to be locked in here. Those who had the qualifications to be locked in here were true experts, and also some very difficult characters to deal with. Don't underestimate this prison. Even rank 9 experts can't get out. Its existence is very meaningful. Are we here to visit someone in prison today? What realm is this person at?" Zichen asked curiously. "It should be level 9. Lei Ming said after thinking for a while. "A level 9 being locked up? Level 9 is only the strongest among ordinary people, but this is the City of Gods. There are gods here. What is a level 9 in front of God? What about you? Are you at level 9? Zi asked Lei Ming curiously. The law of gods here is a bit special. There's only one requirement for level 9, and it's very simple. However, it's very difficult to enter level 9. Even a great saint can forget about entering level 9 if they can't meet that requirement, Lei Ming said with a slight sigh. Of course, even if you're not a great saint, as long as you meet that requirement, you'll still be level 9. What requirement? Zi asked curiously. Saint body, Lei Ming said. Saint body? Zi didn't understand. It's the body of a saint, the realm where you can fight against a saint weapon with your bare hands. Zi now had a saint body, but it wasn't a saint body. The latter was equivalent to a saint body, and he could fight against a saint weapon with his bare hands. Hearing Lei Ming's words, Zi was very surprised. He never thought that level 9 in this world would require a saint body. Then there shouldn't be many existences of this realm here, right? Zi asked. Lei Ming looked at Zi and smiled. All the experts in this world are gathered here. Do you think there are many of them? Zi was very shocked. If that was the case, wouldn't there be a lot of level 9 experts here? In his thoughts, Zi didn't believe that the fire Qilin in front of him, who was at the level of a beast ancestor, didn't have a saint body. There were also the 2 gatekeepers of the Crafts Manor, the world's first Longhu sovereign and the flying divine tiger. As true beast ancestors, how could they not have a saint body? There was also the sky-devouring wolf. There was also the craftsman ancestor, who had stayed in this world for a long time. If that was the case, there would be several level 9 experts in just the Crafts Manor alone. Then how many of them were there in the City of God? Seeing Zi shocked expression, Lei Ming smiled. In the eyes of these experts, a saint weapon is nothing. What's truly precious is freedom, just like the person we're going to find. If there are no accidents, he won't have freedom for the rest of his life. Could it be a life sentence? You'll know when you see him. Now let's get off the carriage. The fire Qilin had stopped at some point. Lei Ming jumped off the carriage, followed by Zi who was holding a box of food. Stepping into this land, the oppressive aura became even more intense, making one's hair stand on end. There were no special signs at the entrance of the castle, only 2 armored guards standing there. When the 2 guards saw Lei Ming, a smile appeared on their faces. They seemed to be very familiar with Lei Ming. Lei Ming, why did you bring a little guy here today? Lei Ming replied with a smile. A junior from my family has just arrived in the City of God. He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, so I brought him here to see the world. One of them laughed. Then you've come to the right place. Kid, be careful when you go in. Don't be so scared that you pee your pants. After that, the 3 of them laughed heartily. The guards opened the castle door for the 2 of them. In the dark castle, there was a ray of light. It was obvious that there was a deep passage, and one couldn't see the end of it. Lei Ming walked in, with Zi following closely behind. Behind them, the large doors of the castle slowly closed. As the door closed, the 2 of them saw nothing but darkness. Moreover, there was a suffocating, oppressive aura, as if there was a ferocious creature at the end of the darkness. In the dark castle, it was quiet. The oppressive aura made Zi hair stand on end. Do you know what I said before? Holy weapons aren't valuable here. Freedom is. In the dark castle, Lei Ming's words suddenly rang out, followed by echoes, making one feel an inexplicable sense of panic. Zi shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. At this moment, he couldn't see anything. The energy in his body was also suppressed by an aura, making it impossible for him to use it as light to illuminate his surroundings. At this moment, Lei Ming stretched out his hand, and a flash of lightning appeared in his hand. The light began to flash, illuminating the surroundings. As the surroundings became clear, Zi was shocked to find that he was standing in a corridor. On both sides of the corridor, there were special rooms. The rooms were tightly sealed, and there were only steel fences in the corridor. Through the steel fences, Zi saw that there were things in the rooms. Some of them were humans, while others were huge creatures. Although they were different, they were all lying there, motionless. Seeing these almost full rooms, Zichen was shocked. Didn't they say that ordinary people couldn't enter? Why were they all full? This is not only a prison, but also a cultivation room. Lei Ming maintained the flash of lightning and walked forward. What cultivation room? Zichen followed closely behind. Having a level 9 physical body is equivalent to having a physical body comparable to a holy weapon. You came from the outside, so you should know how hard it is to find holy level materials. And this is the place where holy level materials are cultivated. The special rules here will slowly extract the life force of these existences and then purify their physical bodies. Under the constant purification of the rules, the ones that remain are naturally holy level materials. What? Zichen was shocked when he heard this. When he came here, he only felt that his energy was suppressed, but he didn't feel the loss of life force. This should be the reason why he was standing in the corridor. These people are not criminals. Most of them were brought back by gods who went out for the purpose of cultivating holy level materials. If you want to successfully cultivate some saint-grade materials, it will take a very long time. What you see here has already existed for hundreds of thousands of years. Zichen followed Lei Ming and asked, "Does no one care?" This is God's world, and it's God's arrangement. Who would care? Who would dare? Lei Ming's words revealed a hint of sarcasm. Along the way, Zichen saw many prisoners who had lost their life force. They hadn't committed any crimes. If there was a crime, it would be that they shouldn't have reached level 9, and they shouldn't have been encountered by God. After walking deeper, Zichen saw a flight of stairs. The two of them walked down the stairs and reached the second level. Zichen, who was following behind Lei Ming, was shocked and angry. What did God take these powerful existences for? He casually caught them and cultivated them into weapons. Was he going to domesticate them like livestock? On the second level, Zichen, who had walked a few hundred meters, suddenly stopped. He turned to look at the fence in front of him and saw that there was a huge, shriveled creature in the middle of the fence. However, he recognized at a glance that this huge creature belonged to the Dragon Clan. Moreover, it belonged to a special kind of Dragon Clan, the Lightning Dragon Clan. The lightning energy, which was originally suppressed by the laws, seemed to be restless at this moment. That's right, he was a lightning dragon. However, he was caught and should be dead by now. Zichen looked at the corpse of the lightning dragon. He didn't speak, but his eyes were filled with sorrow. He could imagine that the powerful lightning dragon, who had a body comparable to a holy weapon, must have fought a great battle against the God Clan. After that, he couldn't defeat the God Clan and was captured and imprisoned here. Don't be kind. We don't have the strength to save him. Moreover, he's already dead. Lei Ming reminded him when he saw Zichen's expression. Zichen nodded his head. At this moment, he appeared to be very helpless and felt that he was very small. The lightning energy in his body couldn't leave as it was firmly suppressed by the laws of God. However, he was very unwilling to accept this. A wave of anger spread in his chest. At this moment, a golden mark appeared between his eyebrows. It was the lightning mark from before. Chapter 2370. The golden light illuminated the corridor, illuminating the oppressive ground with a golden glow. Lei Ming's face, which seemed to be covered in a layer of golden frost, revealed a look of astonishment. He had been here many times, so he was very familiar with the situation here. Zichen was only at the 5th rank. Even if he was a heaven-defying being, it was impossible for him to break free from the suppression of the laws. As a member of the Lightning Clan, he immediately recognized the mark on Zichen's forehead. It was the mark of the Lightning Clan. At this moment, the mark was emitting a golden light, making Zichen seem even more mysterious. What Lei Ming didn't expect was that Lei Long, who should have been dead, actually began to emit light. Bolts of lightning began to appear from his body. They were like specks of light as they flew towards the fence. When they passed through the fence, half of them bounced back, while the other half successfully passed through the fence and arrived beside Ziqin, entering his body. Is this the remnant soul being awakened by the mark? Lei Ming was moved when he saw this scene. There was no doubt that the remnant soul that had been awakened by the mark had given Ziqin all of its remaining energy without holding back. This was a kind of inheritance, an inheritance of energy. The laws of this place were still present. Even with the royal mark, only half of the energy could be transmitted out. The other half remained within the fence. Soon, the energy within the Lei Long's body was divided into two. One half was absorbed by Ziqin, while the other half turned into specks of light that floated within the fence. Then, the specks of light started to fuse together and turned into a dazzling Lei Long. The Lei Long danced in the air and rolled a few times. Then, it gazed at Ziqin through the fence and nodded its head. Its eyes were filled with affection, as if it was a senior looking at a junior that it was satisfied with. Then, it dissipated and completely extinguished. The moment the specks of light were extinguished, the Lei Long's corpse also dissipated. The fence was already empty. His soul had been destroyed. Lei Ming shook his head with a complicated expression. This Lei Long Senior would no longer exist in this world. He bowed deeply to the empty fence to show his respect for the senior from the Lightning Clan. Originally, although he would die, there would still be a remnant of his soul left in the world. If he was lucky enough, he might even be able to revive with the help of a sacred weapon. However, his choice at this moment was to completely give up on himself and let Ziqin have his way. These energies entered Ziqin's body and fused with his body. These energies came from the same source, and Ziqin didn't feel any discomfort. His physical strength became stronger, and he felt that there was another powerful energy in his body that was about to erupt. The golden mark between his eyebrows dimmed once more and disappeared into the space between his eyebrows. Looking at the empty fence, Ziqin also bowed and said, "Thank you for your help, Senior." He didn't know who this Senior Lei Long was, but this Senior actually agreed to help him because he was from the Thunder Clan, a junior of the Thunder Clan. The Thunder Clan imprint from before was equivalent to a bridge that opened a corner of the fence, allowing him to obtain the Thunder Dragon's energy inheritance. "Let's go." Lei Ming turned and continued onwards. Ziqin followed behind without saying a word. Soon, they arrived at the third floor. According to Lei Ming, this was the last floor. After arriving at this floor, Ziqin clearly felt that there were several powerful auras here. These auras all came from the fences. As they continued onwards, Ziqin saw that there were many huge creatures in the fences. They weren't dead, but all of them were alive. They also saw the light in this pitch-black space, and all of them turned their heads and walked over. Through the fence, they looked at the three of them with eyes full of greed. Were these all captured? Ziqin asked curiously. In the City of Gods, there are less than 10 people who are qualified to be imprisoned here, Lei Ming said expressionlessly. Bullshit, I killed a god. How can you say I was captured? I was imprisoned. At this moment, a sound came from one of the fences. It was a three-eyed beast. Its eyes were like copper bells, and even though it was separated by a fence, Ziqin could still sense a thick aura of death coming from it. Lei Ming ignored the three-eyed beast and continued forward. At this time, another behemoth stuck its head out and stared at Lei Ming, saying, "I say, little doll Lei Ming, every time you bring food, can't you bring more?" "No," Lei Ming said indifferently. You little kid, you're too much. If I go out, I can kill you with a breath," the being said angrily. "Then we'll talk when you come out. With your current state, you won't be able to last for tens of thousands of years." Lei Ming laughed coldly. Ziqin followed Lei Ming. He could feel that the beings here were all extremely powerful. Moreover, each of them should be at least grade 9, which was equivalent to the beast ancestor in the Crafts Manor. After that, some other huge creatures opened their mouths. Of course, They couldn't do without asking for food from Lei Ming. Some even threatened Zichen. It could be seen that they were very eager and greedy for food. It wasn't just food. Zichen could also see that the way they looked at him and Lei Ming was also very greedy. It was as if they wanted to devour the two of them. Zichen was very curious. Who was the being that Lei Ming wanted to see? Why would he be imprisoned in such a place? "So noisy, all of you shut up." At this moment, an indifferent voice came from the deepest part of the fences. This voice seemed to contain a strange, magical power. Those powerful beings who heard it all shut their mouths. Although they all turned their heads, their eyes filled with unwillingness and anger, they didn't dare to say anything. Just as Zichen was guessing whether this was the person they were looking for, he heard the voice again. "Lei Ming, you're a little later than usual." When Lei Ming heard this, he chuckled and said, "I was delayed by some matters. However, I brought a little friend here. I believe you'll be interested. I'm late because of him." As he spoke, Lei Ming walked forward. Zichen naturally had to follow. "I'm not interested in meeting anyone." The voice was still as cold as ever. Perhaps that's true for others. However, you'll definitely be interested in this one. Lei Ming's words were very firm. At this moment, a ray of light lit up somewhere in the deepest part of the fences. When those powerful beings saw that ray of light, their eyes were filled with envy. In this pitch-black place, not only was food a luxury, but even light was a luxury. Lei Ming quickened his pace. Zichen also quickened his pace. When he reached the fences, he looked inside and saw a person standing in the middle of the fences. His posture was tall and straight. He stood with his hands behind his back. There was a sense of arrogance between his brows. He looked like an indomitable hero. As he stood in the middle of the fences, it was as if he were the ruler of this world. He didn't look like a prisoner at all. Zichen couldn't help but take a second look at this person. However, he couldn't see his full appearance. It was as if there was a layer of laws shrouding him. He shifted his gaze and saw that there was another person on the other side. This was a beautiful woman in green clothes. She sat there quietly and raised her head to look at the man. As Zichen looked over, the beautiful woman also sensed his gaze. When she saw Zichen, she nodded and smiled at him. The other party's eyes were bright and pure, like a pool of clear spring water. The moment he saw her beautiful face, Zichen's expression immediately changed. He exclaimed in disbelief, "Qingnu, you're Lady Qingnu." This woman was exactly the same as the Qingnu clone he had seen in the Boundless sect. However, her aura was even more outstanding. Zichen recognized her immediately. "You've seen me before?" Qingnu spoke with a gentle voice. Zichen nodded and said excitedly, "Back in the Boundless sect, I saw Lady Qingnu's clone. It was Lady Qingnu's clone that saved me. Lady Qingnu's clone told me that Lady Qingnu went to find." Qingnu nodded with a smile on her face. Zichen immediately reacted. His eyes widened as he looked back at the man and said in a trembling voice, "Could it be this is Master Wuji?" Hearing Zichen's voice, the man turned around and saw Zichen. However, with just a glance, a beam of light shot out from Wuji's eyes. His resolute face also changed a little. This ray of light seemed to materialize as it passed through the fences and landed on Zichen's body. Then, the energy in Zichen's body that had been suppressed by the rules was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins. It was completely uncontrollable. His body started to emit a strong light. One side was gold, and the other side was silver. His eyes, which were filled with excitement, also turned into gold and silver. The smile on Qingnu's face disappeared when she saw Zichen's change. She stared at the scene in disbelief. The tall man's indifferent expression also underwent a drastic change at this moment. Beside him, Lei Ming smiled faintly without saying a word. He had long expected such a scene to occur. "This is the fusion of yin and yang energy. How did you do it?" The tall man looked straight at Zichen. At this moment, Zichen could feel that the energy in his body was changing uncontrollably. Moreover, it was being drawn out by the same energy. Thus, the identity of the man in front of him was obvious. In fact, when the man turned around, Zichen was sure of his identity. This person was indeed the same person who had taught him the extreme yin and extreme yang techniques. Thus, he knelt on the ground and called out, "Master." He had mastered the yin and yang energy. Wuji was indeed his master, the fusion of yin and yang energy. "Husband, your theory has been verified." Qing Nu's expression was very excited. She was even more excited than Wuji. Wuji's expression changed, but he didn't lose his mind. He turned to look at Lei Ming. Lei Ming smiled and nodded, giving Wuji an accurate answer. Chapter 2371. The surroundings were silent. Only the occasional sound of Zichen's excited breathing could be heard. Wuji didn't speak. His eyes were fixed on Zichen. The energy in Zichen's body was still flashing uncontrollably. Qing Nu stood up and walked over to Zichen through the bars, carefully sizing him up. Lei Ming crossed his arms in front of his chest and smiled at the scene in front of him. The food box was next to him. The attention of the big shots who were imprisoned nearby also shifted from the food box to Zichen. To be precise, they were focused on the light of energy on Zichen's body. As powerful beings, they knew how unbelievable it was for such a situation to occur. Limitless, who was in a similar situation, was already shocking enough. However, the situation that this little fellow was displaying was even more shocking than Limitless. It could be said that this was the most perfect state of yin-yang energy in Wuji's heart. Time seemed to stop at this moment. After a long time, Wuji's expression returned to normal. The strange energy in his eyes disappeared. The light on Zichen's body also disappeared. The rules here had once again suppressed him. "What's your name?" Wuji asked calmly. "Zichen." Zichen said while kneeling on the ground. "Get up. You're stronger than me." Wuji waved his hand and revealed a rare smile. "How was it? This little guy didn't disappoint you, did he?" Lei Ming said with a smile. "Where did you find him?" Wuji looked at Lei Ming and asked. "He came here on his own. We were lucky to have found him early. Otherwise, we would have died here." After that, Zichen gave them a simple explanation of how he'd come to this world. Everyone was moved when they heard that Zichen had actually come here as a saint and even had hope of leaving this world. "He's been here for so long. Why didn't you bring him to me earlier?" Wuji said with dissatisfaction. "He hid it too well. A few days ago, when he fought with a junior in Divine City, he revealed his yin-yang energy. As a matter of fact, I hurriedly brought him here after clearing up the connections." Lei Ming looked at Wuji and said, "Before we came, Master said that he couldn't see through this child and couldn't see his future. At the same time, he didn't want to disrupt this change. He said that you might be able to help. Of course, if you have something good, you can give me some." The moment Limitless heard, he snorted coldly and said, "I'm just a lowly prisoner. What good things can I have? However, I can really teach him some techniques regarding the power of yin and yang." He turned back to look at Zichen and saw that his eyes had suddenly turned into one gold and one silver. This was very similar to the yin-yang eyes that Zichen had long mastered, but there seemed to be some differences. At this moment, 2 dots of light appeared in Wuji's eyes. One was gold and the other was silver. They were the size of cherries. They passed through the fence and landed in Zichen's eyes. "This is an eye technique that I have comprehended. It might be useful to you. Go back and study it," Limitless said. Zichen closed his eyes and opened them after a while. The gold and silver light in his eyes had disappeared. He said gratefully, "Thank you, Master." "Since you've already called me Master, there's no need to be so polite." Wuji glanced at Lei Ming with a rare look of hesitation on his face. But soon he extended his hand and a walnut-like ball of light appeared in his palm. That ball of light blossomed with multicolored light. It was very dazzling and gorgeous. "Is this divine blood essence?" Wuji I didn't expect you to have such a good thing on you." At this moment, a voice came from next door. The voice was filled with envy. "Divine blood essence. Old dog, open your dog eyes wide. This is divine essence that is countless times more valuable than divine blood essence. It's divine essence." Another voice sounded. Another huge creature stared at the item in Wuji's hand. "Bullshit, you're the old dog. I'm the hellhound, a powerful existence from hell." The voice that spoke earlier was very dissatisfied. Seeing this divine essence, even Lei Ming's expression changed. With the divine essence in his hand, Wuji glanced at Lei Ming and said, "Lei Ming." Lei Ming seemed to have guessed what he wanted to say. He patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, no one will touch his things. You might not know, but in our eyes he has another name, Hope." Wuji didn't ask what hope was, just like how he didn't ask Ziqin how he managed to achieve the yin and yang energy in one body. He put his hand through the fence with ease. During this time, a layer of light appeared to obstruct him, but it couldn't stop this powerful palm. Ziqin reached out to take it. He felt an unusual energy from the divine essence in Wuji's hand. It was as if this energy was about to awaken some hidden power in his body. Refine it as soon as possible. When Wuji retracted his hand, he saw that there was already a yin and yang seal on the divine essence. In order to break this seal, he needed energy of the same attribute. "Yes." Ziqin nodded and put the sealed divine essence into his clothes. "Master, what do I need to do to get out of here?" After putting away the item, Ziqin asked. He was indeed very concerned about this problem. "Perhaps a special pardon order will do," Wuji said. "I will think of a way to get a special pardon order," Ziqin said seriously. Wuji smiled and didn't say anything else. "There's not much time left. We should go." Lei Ming took out the food in the food box and left with the empty food box. However, when he passed by the fence, he kept throwing things inside. During this time, clinking sounds could be heard. Like multicolored crystals, they emitted light in the pitch-black space. "Don't die so early, otherwise it will be boring." Seeing these powerful beings in a daze, Lei Ming said this with a strange expression on his face. After walking out of the prison of God, the two guards jokingly asked Ziqin if he had peed his pants. The fire Qilin was still waiting here. The two left the city. Don't be too anxious about the special pardon order. It's very difficult to get. Even if you ask the goddess for help, she won't be able to do anything. If you really want to, you can go visit him more often and bring him more food, Lei Ming said as he sat opposite Ziqin on the way back. Ziqin nodded to show that he understood. After returning to the crafts manor, Ziqin went to his room to cultivate. According to Wuji's instructions, he first had to refine the energy of the divine essence. The yin and yang seal on it was a very simple seal to prevent the divine essence from leaking out. As long as Ziqin poured the same energy into it, the seal would naturally be broken. As the seal was broken, Ziqin's room was filled with colorful light. After that, Ziqin focused and began to refine the divine essence. This was a very pure energy that improved Ziqin's physical strength. It could be seen that the gods cared a lot about the physical body. There was no need for a breakthrough in energy. Once Ziqin's physical body reached the saint level, he could reach the 9th level on his own. From this point, it could be seen that the world of gods also valued physical strength. Time passed quickly, and 3 days passed quickly. On this day, Lei Ming's voice came from outside Ziqin's room. "Ziqin, hurry up and come out. The goddess is here." "Yiqian." Ziqin opened his eyes. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes as he immediately walked out of the room. When he came to the hall, Yiqian was already waiting there. Beside her was the servant Lotus. The servant Lotus looked at him with an unfriendly gaze. She seemed to think that it was neglecting the goddess to wait for him. Yiqian gestured for the servant Lotus to leave. Only the two of them were left in the hall. Yiqian took out a letter and said, "In a few days I will undergo the god's awakening. They are holding a competition for fun. This is the invitation letter. The first place will be rewarded with a sacred weapon. A sacred weapon reward? Zichen was very surprised. He took the invitation letter. Only a few, very special existences can directly invite you. I haven't congratulated you on defeating Xianjun. He is very famous in the Divine City. I heard that after you defeated him, it caused quite a commotion. Zichen smiled and gestured for Yi Qian to sit down. He personally poured her a cup of tea. I have carefully asked about the way back. Other than those with divine bloodlines who can pass through this world on their own, it is very difficult for others to go out. There is no standard to rely on. The only thing that is certain is that you cannot become a Saint King. There will be 3 exits in the 3 families. Whether you can go out or not depends on whether the rules allow you to go out when the exits open. But which level is a Saint King? Zichen asked worriedly. There is no standard for this. Even the divine race doesn't know. However, they all agree that the 6th level is the standard. As long as you don't enter the 6th level, there is a high chance that you can advance. Of course, this is only our guess. We have not really tested it. Yi Qian knew of the divine race here. They could come and go freely in this world. Of course, they would not care about this kind of thing. Therefore, it was already very good that Yi Qian could find out this information. This token is for you. Yi Qian's hand flashed, and a token appeared. This is my right as a divine lady. If you have an urgent matter to find me, you can use this token to enter the divine city directly to find me. The moment Zichen heard, his expression froze slightly, and he said, Then normally, can I use this token to enter the divine city at will? The divine city that Yi Qian mentioned was the city within the city that Zichen and the others often talked about. In theory, yes. Seeing the token is like seeing the person. Do you need to go to the divine city often? Yi Qian asked, puzzled. My master is locked in the prison of God. I want to visit him often and bring him some food, Zichen said. Is your master limitless? Zichen nodded. Why is he locked in the prison of God? Yi Qian was very surprised. It's a long story. Zichen briefly explained what he knew about Wuji causing havoc in this world. Yi Qian's expression changed. Her beautiful eyes flashed. She was very surprised. As expected of a legendary figure. He is indeed powerful. Don't worry. You can go in and out at will with that token. Oh, right, I have a divine ring here. It is equivalent to the spatial ring outside. This way, you don't have to carry things back and forth. Yi Qian's hand flashed again, and a colorful ring appeared. She handed it over to Zichen. Chapter 2372. Zichen really needed a divine ring, and coincidentally saw the goddess take it out so easily, so he naturally overlooked the value of the divine ring. In fact, it wasn't just the divine ring. Even the token that Yi Qian gave him wasn't something an ordinary person could obtain. The token that the craftsman ancestor paid a great price for could only reach the outskirts of the city. Compared to the one in Zichen's hand, it was far inferior. As a goddess, before Yi Qian underwent her god's awakening, it was inconvenient for her to go out. Thus, she didn't stay for too long and quickly left. Before leaving, she reminded Zichen that he must participate in the competition, because it was related to a saint weapon. This time, Zichen didn't ostentatiously send Yi Qian out of the craftsman manor. He only said goodbye to her at the entrance. He had just resolved some problems, so he didn't want to cause any more trouble at this juncture. Reality proved that Zichen's worries were completely unnecessary. No one gathered outside the craftsman manor anymore. As for the past, it was just a plot by some existences with ulterior motives. After he displayed enough power, no one dared to provoke him anymore. After sending Yi Qian off, Zichen returned to his residence and saw the craftsman ancestor. It was extremely rare. As the master of the craftsman manor, the craftsman ancestor was usually very busy. Zichen had been here for a long time, but he rarely saw him. And every time they met, the craftsman ancestor had something to say. Craftsman ancestor. Zi Chun bowed towards the craftsman ancestor. The craftsman ancestor nodded with a smile. Little child, congratulations. I originally thought that the process would be a bit more difficult. It seems like I overlooked your relationship with the goddess. Yi Qian, what about her? Zi Qin looked at the craftsman ancestor in confusion. The craftsman ancestor pointed at the divine ring on Zi Qian's finger and said, Do you know how many of these things there are in the city of God? Zi Qian heard this and shook his head. The craftsman ancestor raised his hand and made a 1 sign. Less than 10,000. Zi Qian was surprised. He didn't expect the value of a divine ring to be so high. In such a big city, there were only so few of them. Who would have thought that when the craftsman ancestor heard this, he would shake his head and laugh? Silly boy, it's not less than 10,000, it's only 1. It's in your hands. Ah. When Zi Qian heard this, his expression immediately changed. There was only 1 divine ring in such a huge city of gods. He immediately looked at the craftsman ancestor, and sure enough, he didn't see a ring on his finger. Don't be so surprised. These things are made by the gods. Without their permission, no one can get them. Back then, I was lucky enough to obtain one. However, after fiddling with it for a few days, the divine ring disappeared with just a thought from the god. The craftsman ancestor looked at Zi Qian and said, Your luck is not bad. Not only did I obtain a divine ring, I also obtained a token that allows me to enter and leave the divine city at will. Zi Qian had already put away the token, but he didn't expect the craftsman ancestor to know about it. It seemed that nothing could be hidden from him in the craftsman manner. Zi Qian took out the token and asked, Can I really enter and leave the city as I please? This is the only token that the goddess can use. It's the token of her personal bodyguard. It means that the goddess has chosen the person she trusts the most, as well as the strongest person. What do you think? Zi Qian obviously didn't expect that this token would have such a great significance, and he stood there in a daze. Little guy, it seems that the goddess treats you extraordinarily well. If I'm not wrong, the goddess prepared these 2 items as a reward for the winner of the upcoming competition. Only the strongest person can become the goddess' personal bodyguard. The competition hasn't started yet, but she's already given the reward to you. The craftsman ancestor looked at Zi Qian and smiled. How can that be? Then I can't accept these things. Zi Qian's expression changed. He didn't expect that the 2 items Yi Qian gave him would have such great significance. It's too late to refuse now. What you need to do now is to become the winner of the competition. Actually, you have a high chance of winning because the competition's requirements are based on the goddess power after she awakens her divine bloodline. She'll be around the 5th or 6th rank. Thus, the competitors this time are all at the 5th or 6th rank. 5th or 6th rank. Then I can give it a try. Zi Qian let out a sigh of relief. As long as the gap between their realms wasn't too great, he was still very confident. Indeed, you can give it a try. As for whether you can win or not, that will depend on whether your potential is strong enough. Oh, I forgot to mention. Among your opponents, even the weakest one is on the same level as the one you fought last time, the craftsman ancestor joked. Ah, they're from the divine race. They'll participate too? Zi Qian was clearly stunned. They're not from the divine race. They're equivalent to the pseudo-divine race. They live as subordinates of the divine race and possess some divine race battle skills. However, they can't be considered divine race. They definitely won't miss an opportunity to get close to the goddess. As such, Zi Qian felt a great deal of pressure. He was still confident that he could deal with the 5th rank Xianjun. However, if it was the 6th rank Xianjun, he wasn't completely confident. And according to Yi Qian, if he wanted to go back, he couldn't enter the 6th rank. You're qualified to participate directly. There's no need to go through the selection process. Thus, you'll have a period of time to rest. You can use this time to find Wuji. He's much more familiar with the use of yin and yang energy than you are. Zi Qian nodded. It seemed like this was the only way. When you go, tell me 2 days in advance. I'll prepare some things for you. I'll prepare to go in 2 days. Zi-Chun returned to his residence and began to refine the god's essence again. He didn't have any extravagant hopes for the advancement of his energy because he might become a holy king and never be able to leave. After all, there was no accurate standard. It was funny. When he was in the outside world, he was always thinking about becoming a holy king and increasing his combat power. However, when he was here, he was on tenterhooks. He was afraid that he would suddenly advance. Fortunately, the god's essence increased the strength of his body. Zi-Chun believed that his body couldn't jump to a 9th rank holy body. 2 days later, Lei Ming came to find Zi-Chun. He had already prepared more than 10 boxes of food for him. Why did you bring so much? Zi-Chun was surprised. Previously, I didn't have the ability. Now that you have the divine ring, I brought more. The other people who were imprisoned are quite pitiful. If you don't help them, I believe that they'll die soon. The materials will be refined into holy weapons, Lei Ming said. Zi-Chun nodded and didn't say anything else. He started to put away the food boxes one by one. When Zi-Chun walked out of the crafts house, he didn't see a carriage. He only saw the fire Qilin sitting at the side. It's too slow to take a carriage back and forth. It's faster to ride it, Lei Ming said. Is this okay? Zi-Chun was a little hesitant. This was an ancestor-level existence. I'm just using it to the best of my ability. There's nothing wrong with it. Zi-Chun didn't argue. He did have some questions that he wanted to ask Wuji. Now that he had the token, it would undoubtedly be more convenient. He jumped onto the fire Qilin's back. After waving at Lei Ming, the fire Qilin began to run. Riding the fire Qilin in the city, the number of people who turned their heads was naturally very high. The fire Qilin familiarly came to the gate of the inner city and met the 2 guards again. Before the guards could stop him, Zi-Chun took out the goddess token. When the 2 saw the token, their faces changed. They immediately knelt on one knee and bowed. Swoosh! The fire Qilin didn't stop at all. It flew directly into the inner city. After entering the inner city, the fire Qilin ran towards the prison of God. How did you get in? The 2 guards who previously made fun of Zi-Chun were surprised to see Zi-Chun appear again. Moreover, he came in riding the fire Qilin. It was a little too ostentatious. I'll have to trouble the 2 of you to open the gate. Zi-Chun took out the token again and smiled at the 2. This is the goddess token. The 2's faces changed. They hurriedly bowed. Seeing the token was like seeing a person. It was the first time Zi-Chun felt the power of the token. The 2 hurriedly opened the gate of the prison. Zi-Chun went in alone. The fire Qilin continued to wait outside. He quickly entered the 3rd level, and that powerful pressure appeared once again. Little kid, why are you here again? As soon as he entered the 3rd floor, a loud voice sounded. Then a pair of bell-like eyes appeared from the bars and stared at Zi-Chun. I'm here to bring you some food. Zi-Chun said with a smile. What? The one who spoke seemed to be in disbelief. I'm here to bring food. Everyone has a share. As he spoke, Zi-Chun took out a lunchbox out of thin air. He opened the lunchbox and handed over a few special dishes. Haha, it's really food. Little kid, you're more conscientious than Lei Ming. The bars in front of Zi-Chun immediately lit up. In the light, Zi-Chun saw a huge and fierce existence. Little kid, you said everyone has a share. Is that true? A second voice sounded. Zi-Chun walked to the second bar and said, As long as you're still alive, you have a share. Then he took out the second food box. In order to show that they were still alive, rays of light shone from the fences. Soon, the space of the 3rd floor became bright. Zi-Chun followed Lei Ming's instructions and left a food box in front of each of them. With this food, these huge creatures were much easier to get along with, and their words were no longer so rude and overbearing. Each and every one of them had transformed into human form, and the auras on their bodies had also been greatly restrained. Their gazes towards Zi-Chin even contained a hint of flattery. "Little kid, is that a divine ring on your body?" "Yes." "Where did you get the divine ring?" "Someone gave it to me." While they were talking, Zi-Chin walked to the depths of the third floor and stood in front of Wuji. He first called out to his master and mistress. Then he took out the rest of the food from the divine ring. These were not just food. They also represented energy that could help them survive in this place. After that, Zi-Chin sat on the ground. Through the bars, he asked Wuji for guidance on how to use yin and yang energy. Wuji said everything she knew and taught Zi-Chin wholeheartedly. Chapter 2373. Because of the token given by the goddess, Zi-Chin could enter and leave the prison of God as he pleased. Hence, in the following period of time, he officially learned from Wuji. The storm regarding Zi-Chin had come to an end. In other words, another major event had occurred in the City of Gods, causing everyone to forget about Zi-Chin and divert their attention away from him. That was the 4 spots reserved by the city within the city. They could enter the City of God directly to compete. Once they won, they would be rewarded with a sacred weapon. Apart from that, if they were lucky enough to gain the goddess' favor, they could even become her personal bodyguard. They could stay in the city within the city for a long time, enjoy many resources, and advance to higher realms. When this news came out, it caused a huge commotion. Especially this time, there was no limit to the number of people who could enter. As long as they were level 5 or level 6, they would be eligible to participate. Some of the people who could already eat and wear in the city were tempted. Although there were only 4 spots, this did not stop them from signing up. Therefore, in the City of God, each and every one of these people, who would be able to shake the entire heavens, would fight to the death for the 4 spots to enter the competition. Of course, most of them were just there to join in the fun. After all, this time there were both level 5 and level 6 people. Furthermore, there were only 4 spots. Naturally, it would be difficult for a level 5 person to get a spot. The powers within the city held a large-scale competition. In this competition, more than 99% of the level 5 people were disqualified. Some unlucky level 6 people were also eliminated. After that, there was a relatively long competition. The pace of the competition was relatively fast. The goal was to determine the 4 spots in the shortest time possible. While they were fighting for the spots, Zi-Chen, who already had a spot, was constantly training with Wuji. He went to find Wuji almost every day. During the day, he listened to Wuji's lessons. At night, he returned to his residence and began to understand the use of yin and yang. It could be said that this was the most systematic learning Zi-Chen had ever done since he grew up. He made great progress in the use of yin and yang energy. This kind of progress was not limited to this world. Even if Zi-Chen returned to the outside world one day, he would still be able to use these techniques. After half a month, he completely refined the god's essence that Wuji gave him. His physical strength had become a lot stronger. His realm did not increase, but his combat power had a tremendous increase. The battle in the City of God was abnormally intense, but Zi-Chen didn't care about it at all. A few days later, Laming told him that the competition was about to start and he could no longer look for Limitless. Zi-Chen nodded and waited in the mansion for the person who would come to pick him up. A day later, Laming arrived and told the others that he had arrived. The people who came to receive them did not enter the craftsman ancestor. Instead, they waited outside. It was a carriage driver. His forehead was filled with a unique sense of pride, and his head was almost raised to the sky. He glanced indifferently at Zi-Chen and said, "You're so slow. You're the only one left. Let's go." Zi-Chen ignored the other party's arrogance and walked towards the carriage. Because he knew how precious the divine ring was, he didn't wear it on his finger in order to avoid unnecessary trouble. Otherwise, the coachman would definitely put away his arrogant expression and put on a humble appearance. When Zi-Chen walked into the carriage, he was surprised to find that there were other people in the carriage. As he raised his head and looked forward, his gaze froze. There were 4 people in the carriage, and he actually recognized two of them. Zi Qin, come quickly. One of them was Jia Tu and Huang Tuesday. When he saw Zi Qin, his face was filled with surprise and joy. As for the other person, his gaze was not so friendly. A cold light surged in his eyes. Zi Chen nodded at Jia Tu and Huang Tu and sat next to him. There were enough seats for 5 people. As Zi Chen landed, the others clearly felt that the atmosphere had become a little strange. Their gazes all fell on the young man whose eyes were surging with cold light. Zi Chen looked at the young man and smiled faintly. Long time no see. I wonder if this is your real body or a doppelganger. The young man coldly snorted. When you die, you'll know. As I said, I will take back what belongs to me. Zi Chen spread his hands and said, I'm afraid you won't have the chance. Hearing the exchange of words between the two, Jia Tu asked curiously, Zi Chen, you know him? I was about to introduce him to you. He's Doff family's Doff Hill. This time, he's the same as me, a 5th rank fighter. I know him. Back then he was extremely arrogant. I killed one of his doppelganger and collected some good spoils of war that helped me a lot. That's why I have a deep impression of him. Zi Chen nodded. Since the two of them were already enemies, there was no need to pretend. Hearing this, Doff Hill sneered. That's not wrong. But it does seem to be quite an achievement for you to fight my avatar with your true body. But it doesn't matter. Once we enter the inner city, we'll settle all our grudges. I hope that during this time, you can silently pray that you don't meet me so early. All of you inside, shut up. Did I say you could speak? At this time, the coachman's cold voice came from outside. After entering the divine city, all of you better behave yourselves. You're just here to make up the numbers. Don't think that you're important. If you want to continue watching after you're eliminated, you can stay there. If you don't want to watch, you can scram. This sentence was not polite at all. It represented the attitude of the divine city. Although the coachman was not a divine, he worked for the divine race, so he was naturally very proud. It was as if he was a relative of the emperor. This was also why after Xian Jun's defeat in the battle against Zi Chen, no one went to find trouble with Zi Chen. Without Xian Jun's order, those people consciously gave up because they could not afford to provoke him. After that, the cold attitude disappeared, but the whispers were still going on. I saw your battle. You're really strong. Jia Tu looked at Zi Chen and said in a low voice, we all obtain the slots at this rank, so we'll use this rank to fight. Of course. I'm just going to go through the process and experience it. I don't expect to win, not to mention anything else. Even if I meet the person you're fighting, I'm no match for him. If he had not met Yi Qian and heard Jia Tu and Huang Tu's words, Zi Chen might not have understood what they meant. But now he understood. Through these words, Jia Tu and Huang Tu wanted to tell him that he would not break through and would stay in this rank. This also proved that there was a high chance that a 5th rank could go out. Zi Chen nodded and chatted with Jia Tu and Huang Tu about some unimportant things. Then he closed his eyes. The carriage went straight to the city within the city. For the divine city, this was the most mysterious place. Just like in the mortal world, the palace where the emperor lived, few people could enter to take a look. After passing through the outermost area, they came to the city within the city. Through the carriage curtains, rays of light shone in. They were full of curiosity about this area, so they opened the curtains and looked outside. What they saw was a colorful, glazed world. All kinds of colorful lights became the main style of this world. This place was very big, far bigger than what they saw outside. It should have used the spatial rules. The tall, glazed buildings emitted colorful lights. The decorations on both sides of the road were also changing their luster. Even on the flat ground, there were colorful lights that were changing over a long period of time. All of this looked so beautiful. For cultivators like them, beauty was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that the energy of heaven and earth floating here was not only more active than the outside world, but also several grades higher than the outside world. It was as if they were in a divine crystal mine, containing extremely pure energy. The carriage driver brought them to a square. The decorations here were even more gorgeous. The crystal stones on the ground were neatly arranged according to some kind of changing color. After indicating for the 5 to get down, the carriage driver raised his arrogant head and left without any explanation. The 5 people left behind looked at each other, not knowing what to do. So they could only wait. Just like that, they waited for an hour before other people arrived. However, these people all had one thing in common. They completely ignored Zichen's group. In their eyes, the 5 of them were like air. They were obviously the staff of the divine city, and they began to make all kinds of preparations before the competition. During this time, Zichen saw several people come to the center of the square. Then their hands formed seals, and various kinds of energy light appeared between their fingers and fell on the ground of the square. After a moment, the ground rumbled, and the center of the square suddenly rose out of thin air. Clearly, the area that rose up was the final battle stage. The other people were also busy. During this time, the 5 of them tactfully retreated, trying not to disturb the other party. Far away, there was a spectator's stand. There were only a few dozen seats on the spectator's stand. Zichen did not know who had come to watch this competition, but he knew that Yi Qian was among those seats. The spectators did not come, and even the other competitors did not come. The 5 of them were like air, standing there awkwardly. After an unknown amount of time, a noise came from the distance. Then, a group of youths walked over. Zichen's group was no longer like air because when those people arrived, they looked at them. So, it's these 5 guys who wasted the 5 spots that should have belonged to us. A dissatisfied voice sounded. Lin and it's not them who wasted our 5 spots. It's us who took their 11 spots. Of the 32 spots, half should have been taken by each side. Another voice sounded. Chapter 2374. Xianjun was the one who had lost to Zichen back then. Hearing Lin An's words, a bitter smile appeared on his face as he said, "How am I speaking up for others? It's just the truth." The people who came with them didn't say much, but they looked at Xianjun with dissatisfaction, because they didn't want to admit that it was the truth. It's a waste for these mortals to take the spots. Just one meeting and they'll all be eliminated. What's the point of giving them spots? Jolson frowned and said with dissatisfaction, "You're really shameless. You took something from others, and now you're blaming others for having it." At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded. "Who do you think you are? What right do you have to talk to me?" Jolson turned around and stared coldly at Doffhill. Doffhill replied with the same cold tone, "Who do you think you are? You're just a level 5, and you're so arrogant. People who don't know you might think you're a level 9. Mortal, you're courting death." Jolson's eyes flashed coldly. "I'd like to say this to you. You don't know how high the sky is. If we meet in the next battle, I believe I won't let you off the stage alive." Doffhill's tone was undeniably arrogant, so arrogant that it made the others feel uncomfortable. One of the level 6 beings said, "You're also arrogant. People who don't know you won't be able to tell that you're also a level 5. So what if I'm a level 5? I can still kill a level 6 like you." Doffhill looked at him with dissatisfaction. "You're shameless." The level 6 sneered. At this moment, many youths had come, but they were obviously not united. At this moment, some of them were standing on the side with their arms crossed, watching the show. The other 2 level 6 beings beside Zichen deliberately distanced themselves from Doffhill, and at the same time stayed away from Zichen and Jolson, deliberately showing that they weren't familiar with each other. "Let's not talk too much. The battle is about to start." Jolson and Jolson couldn't help but say, "Who do you think you are? What right do you have to talk to us?" Not only Lin En, but the level 6 also looked at Jia, Tu, and Huang Tu coldly. At the same time, there were many dissatisfied gazes looking in their direction. In their opinion, the 2 LV-SAXS were sensible enough to stand aside, while the 2 LV-5s dared to clamor here. They really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. "I just don't think it's necessary." Jia Tu Huangta smiled awkwardly. Scram, you don't have the right to speak here, Lin En said again. His tone was very impolite. Even though Jia, Tu, and Huang Tu had a good temper, their expressions changed at this moment. Why? Are you not convinced? Lin En looked at Jia, Tu mockingly. Say, can you shut your dog mouth? This was originally a rather quiet place, but you've directly ruined it, said Zichen, who stood to the side. Finally, he could no longer bear to continue watching, and coldly said, Do you want to die? Lin En stared at Zichen. Whether I want to die or not will naturally be revealed on the stage. But you, an idiot, obviously used someone else's slot. But you don't know how to be grateful. You're biting everywhere like a mad dog. You're really disgusting. If you really can't wait to be beaten up, I can fulfill your wish now. Zichen looked at Lin En with an indifferent expression, as if he was talking about something insignificant. I really didn't expect that mortals nowadays are so arrogant. You're just a LV5, and you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I say, Lin En, as a citizen of the Divine City, if you can tolerate this, then we'll look down on you. At this moment, a sarcastic voice sounded. This was obviously a provocation, and it couldn't be more obvious. However, Lin En enjoyed it very much. He looked at Zichen and nodded. Good, very good. Since you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish. As he spoke, the aura around him began to be released. The unique rule of God was looming on the surface of his body. Lin En, this is the square. Private fights are not allowed. Xian Jun reminded him. So what? He was the one who provoked me first. Besides, we came here to compete. At most, I'll fight him in the first round. Lin En said with a face full of anger. Since there's a grudge, we can settle it first. Agreed. A voice sounded from the high platform. At some point in time, more than a dozen figures had appeared on the spectator stand, and they were all looking in their direction. However, when everyone looked at the platform, they couldn't see their faces clearly. It was as if they were blocked by a mysterious energy. However, Zichen could sense that the person sitting in the middle was Goddess Yiqian. Hee, your time has come. Lin En laughed proudly when he heard the voice coming from above. You're not allowed to kill without reason. The voice sounded again. Lin En bowed in that direction, then turned to look at Zichen with a sinister smile. Consider yourself lucky. Since you're not allowed to kill, then I'll just cripple you. Zichen's expression was as calm as ever. If his opponent was a level 6 fighter, perhaps he would be more serious. However, his opponent was only a level 5 fighter. Zichen believed that he could defeat his opponent at the same level. Lin En, don't be careless. He's Zichen, Xian Jun reminded him kindly. Shut up. I don't care if he's Zichen or Heichin. Today I'll cripple him. Lin En turned around and scolded Xian Jun. Then, as if he had thought of something, he said, Oh, he's the guy who defeated you? Do you think I'm as useless as you? Whatever. Xian Jun's face showed a hint of dissatisfaction. Humph. Lin En snorted coldly and faced Zichen. The others scattered. It was obvious that the battle would take place on the spot. If you can't win, you might as well kill yourself, Dofhill said indifferently as he walked past Zichen. I'll beat him until he can't stand and watch the battle, Zichen said indifferently. These people immediately scattered. They were very surprised that the battle would start in such a way, but they were also looking forward to it. God's wrath. Although Lin En's words were cold and arrogant, he was very serious when it came to the battle. He even used a powerful divine skill. That godly face appeared in midair, bringing with it a vast pressure that landed on Zichen's body. At this moment, there were more than a dozen figures sitting in the stands. There were also figures in other places. They were all existences who lived in the Divine City and were all here to watch the battle. Lin En used God's wrath directly. It's obvious that he's still wary of his opponent. A voice rang out from the grandstand. It was a handsome man. Colorful light shrouded his body, and he exuded a godly aura. He was a real god, a truly powerful existence. He was sitting next to I Chien. Other than him, the other people who were qualified to sit here were also gods. They were already considered the upper echelons of the divine city. As for I Chien's guard, the powerful servant Lotus, he could only stand behind I Chien. He was not qualified to sit at all. On the other side of I Chien, there was a woman sitting. She looked at the arena and said with a smile, "Goddess, who do you think will win this battle?" Zichen. I Chien didn't even think and said directly, "Oh, Goddess, you're very confident." The woman's face revealed a look of surprise. "Zichen is my friend. I know him very well. He will definitely win." I Chien looked down at Zichen, who was beginning to surge with energy. When I Chien said the word friend, a strange light flashed in the eyes of the other gods. It was unknown whether I Chien did not notice it or did not care at all. She continued to say, "I also believe that he will be the final winner." At this moment, the light of energy was released from Zichen's body. He looked up at God's wrath and said, "I've seen this move before. I'm really not interested in fighting with you like this. Let's just end it." After saying that, he tapped his foot and his body soared into the air. He rushed directly toward God's wrath's face. Humph! The God's wrath's face, which had already manifested, let out a cold snort. A unique power of rules swept toward Zichen. Lightning flashed around Zichen's body, forming layers of protective shields. He ignored the power of rules and continued to soar. Seeing that his first attack was so easily neutralized, Lin En's eyes flashed with surprise. He made another seal with his hands. The god's wrath's face, which had completely manifested, let out a low roar. "Destroy!" An extremely strong destructive power, which carried a unique god's rules, descended from the sky. A crazy pressure swept across the arena. A powerful aura that required people to look up to appeared. Buzz! Around Zichen, an even more dazzling light of lightning lit up. This light was like a lightning dragon, protecting Zichen in the middle. It defied the heavens. Boom! The terrifying aura descended, and the lightning dragon shattered. Zichen's body once again closed the distance between him and God's wrath. God's destruction. The seals in Lin An's hands changed rapidly. Above the clear face, the mouth opened, emitting a divine sound like that of a great bell. This divine sound not only had a rule attack, but it also had a spiritual attack. It was very terrifying. God's destruction. Zichen, who was going against the heavens, had a cold look in his eyes. A long saber with a sheath appeared in his left hand. Zichen held the scabbard tightly with his left hand and the hilt of the saber with his right hand. He pulled the saber out of the scabbard, and his cold voice resounded through the area. This god's destruction caused the faces of everyone present to change, including those from the god clan in the stands. A bright saber light flashed toward the huge face. After this strike, Zichen did not sheath his saber. The saber light continued to flash. Another cross saber technique followed this bright saber light and landed on the face. The broken saber in Lin An's hand flashed again, and 3 saber arcs appeared, representing the meanings of heaven, earth, and man. They followed the cross saber technique. In the face of the saber light that came one after another, the god's rules around the face began to surge. Waves of destructive power escaped, trying to shatter the saber light. In the blink of an eye, the overturning saber technique and the cross saber technique were shattered.